I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles.
Thank you. Please remain standing. We now proudly welcome one of our very own San Antonio Toros to the center of the field. Performing tonight's national anthem, please welcome San Antonio Toros defensive tackle, Joe Evans. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and broad stars through the perilous fight, and the ramparts we watched were so gallantly shown, and the Rockies' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Defensive tackle, Joe Evans.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I'm on two. I'm on two. We're not live yet. We're not live right now. Okay, okay. Let me just slide it.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we take a moment to honor a proud piece of San Antonio football history. From 1967 to 1971, right here at Harlandale Memorial Stadium, the original San Antonio Toros built one of the most dominant runs this city has ever seen in football. In their debut season, the Toros were perfect. 15 wins, 0 losses, a TFL championship, and that was only the beginning. Led by local talent, tough veterans, and men who came back year after year to wear the Toros name with pride, The team went on to capture 5 consecutive championships across multiple leagues, cementing their legacy as one of the true powerhouses of Texas football. And tonight, we are honored to welcome back one of those original championship Toros. Please direct your attention to the field.
Good afternoon and welcome live to Harlandale Memorial Stadium in San Antonio for the preseason opener between the San Antonio Toros and the Tennessee Hornets on this very important day, Memorial Day, where we honor servicemen and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice to preserve our freedom. Welcome to the rebirth of the Continental Football League. The 1969 National Championship team has been reformed thanks to a 4-member ownership group led by President of San Antonio native Josh Mayer. This is a 7-team league with both the Northern and Southern Division, with the Toros one of 4 teams in the South, all housed in Texas, including the Texas Syndicate out of Pflugerville, the Tall City Black Gold out of Midland, and the Fort Worth Braves. They will play a 6-game regular season that does not include a division champion and championship games. And during today's first broadcast, you'll listen to something unique called the Continental Shift, in which we are going from American to Canadian football rules in the fourth quarter that will include a shorter play clock from 40 to 20 seconds, motion for wide receivers and backs, and a way to score on kicks, all designed to create one exciting final period of play. We'll get more into that coming up at halftime today. This is Greg Simmons. Joining me in the broadcast booth this evening will be Ken Lucas. And Ken, we just can't wait to see the Toros debut this afternoon.
Yeah, how exciting is this? One, just the fantastic support that San Antonio has shown from the beginning. You know, let's just think, just a short couple of months ago, Greg, we were just talking about this idea of the San Antonio Toros becoming a reality. And here today on this beautiful, beautiful afternoon, we're going to see it come to reality right here on the field between the San Antonio Toros and the Tennessee Hornets. I'm excited to have football in May. I know you are too, Greg.
As spring football, and what a great day to have it on. It's partly cloudy here in San Antonio, 85 degrees, 8 miles per hour. Winds are out of the east, humidity 55%. That might be a toll later on in this game. Just the humidity can be so oppressing here, but at the same time, we are ready to play football. And congratulations to both head coaches for getting these two teams together in a very short period of time. In fact, for the Toros, there were 2 days starting on Tuesday, and that's all they had leading up to today's game with their squad. So you will see some mistakes perhaps today, some trial and error, but in all, we're going to see very good spring football. Now that we have set the scene for you, we will come back when we have the starting lineups and coaching staffs for both teams. Some names you will no doubt recognize. This is San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
And welcome back to Harlandale Memorial Stadium in San Antonio. There you can see interim head coach of the Tennessee Hornets, Torrance Taylor, coaching up his team here at the last second, trying to get ready for this preseason opener on the road. Now, when we had the coin toss, it was actually the Hornets who won. They've elected to defer to the second half. Therefore, they will kick off and defend the goal to the left. And at the same time, it'll be the offense starting first for the San Antonio Toros. So let's set up the defense, first of all, for the Tennessee Hornets. And their defensive coordinator is Tyron Quinn. Here's a look at how they start out in the front line. Justin Outerbridge, Michael Thomas, Latrell Cooper, and Baxter Baldazar finishes out the bookend defensive ends. The linebacking core includes Brandon Box, Tanya Hamilton, Caleb Cantrell. You'll recognize that game out of UTSA. And another quarterback, Kobe Williams, along with Zahir Colin, Kobe Towns, and Stephen Brooks. Here's the starting lineup on the offensive side of the ball for the San Antonio Toros. That will include Will Arndt at quarterback, Devontae Price in the backfield, Cam Eccles, the wide receiver, along with Chris Carpenter. Lance Lejean will start at wide receiver. Oscar Cardenas at tight end. That's a name recognized here in San Antonio, along with Colby Tucker, Andrew Devine, Jeremiah Frazier, Joe Tahasi, and Logan Weedman to round it out at right tackle on the offensive line. Well, we have lined up now and get you ready for the opening kickoff. Ken, any last words before we begin this preseason, historic preseason in San Antonio?
Excited. I mean, we've got football here in May. How can you not be jacked up about this? And, you know, you can see it in the players, their response, the reactions. You know, we're going to get into some of these players. They're not just coming in, you know, wide-eyed and bushy-tailed. Some of these guys have got some significant NFL, CFL, UFL, even indoor football league experience. So these guys that are out here playing today, they know how to ball out, and they want to definitely try to strive for another opportunity to try to get back to the show. We're going to see some good football here this afternoon.
All right, Sam Hayward will kick the ball off. That will be for the Tennessee Hornets, and back to receive the kick will be Chris Carpenter out of UTSA, along with Galen Harris will be part of that receiving corps to get things underway. And we are going. Kick is fielded right at the 4-yard line, and it's going to bring it right up the middle, right down the hash marks. Almost breaks free, but is brought down at the 35 after they unstack them. That looks like that was numbers for the San Antonio Toros. That was, it looked like Chris Carpenter.
Yeah, that was Chris Carpenter out there.
Got up out of that pile.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Heck, I'd use him too. He had the first kick return touchdown in school history. Got some wheels, and he had one heck of a senior year. We'll talk about him a little bit more, but great position here and a good opening drive for the San Antonio Toros on offense.
All right, coming out, number 8, Will Arndt will call the signals for the San Antonio Toros. Remember, we're going by American football rules in the first 3 quarters, so we start with a 15-minute clock here and a 40-second play clock. Man in motion from left to right, and there's a whistle already out of the gate. A lot of understanding these rules here for both the officials and the players as we get underway.
Yeah, you got that offensive line on that right side, and, hey, I get it. It looks like it was an illegal shift for me. I almost looked like that was a false start on that right side as well. But at the end of the day, it's exactly what you brought up. How many reps have they actually been doing together? You got an offensive line that's trying to gel, and for them, they can't get it all together in a couple of days. We're talking about an offensive scheme they had to put together.
And that was the illegal shift by the Hornets at times. So it's an extra 5 yards for the Toros, so it continues to be first down now and 5. The man in motion last time was Carpenter, who made that nice return. Here goes Arndt back to pass. He'll take it out of the backfield this time. Slips down. The ball is loose, but it goes out of bounds, luckily for the Toros. The pass was complete on the right-hand side by the running back coming out of the backfield, Devontae Price.
Yeah, coming out of Punta Gorda. He went to FIU, Florida International University. Watch his hit at the tail end. Boom. Helmet on ball. That is a great defensive stack up right there on the outside with an outside toss there. But trying to find Price out in space, that might be the success for the Toros. Get the ball out beyond the hash marks. Let your athletes do the rest.
Loss of 3 on the play, so now we have a first down and 7 for the Toros. Trying to shake it up with a change at the line. Arndt will change the play at the line. And it'll be a handoff this time to Price to the right side. Got it blocked for a moment. He gets back to that original line of scrimmage off the penalty. So now we go to 3rd down and 5 for the Toros.
Yeah, number 11, Stephen Brooks, coming up from that DB position. He's got some experience at Bethany College. He came out and just absolutely laid the wood. In traffic, too. Great job coming from the secondary, making plays like that. I like that for the Hornets.
So they're going to mark it at the 41. So it'll actually be 3rd down and 4 for the Toros. see if they can pick up their first down of the season. We have a slot left and a slot right as well. So 4 eligible receivers, 1 in the backfield along with Arndt. Pass will go to the left-hand side to the tight end. That looks like that's Oscar Cardenas.
Yes.
Nope, check it. That is actually Dimitris Sesmitis in the game.
Sesmitis, he comes from Hopewell Junction, New York, Western Connecticut. He actually comes from, he loves the fact that he played alongside Will Arnett, so he is used to receiving balls. Watch this nice combo there, tight end quarterback connection. They've been doing it for a couple of years.
Good job, and it's put him up to the 48 for the first down. Their second first down, the first by field, second by penalty, if that was correct. Arndt again, a little slant pass off the right side to Price. Price cuts back to the inside. He's got room to run, breaks it for the first down, and then some. Will get probably down inside the 35 when they finally mark it down, but a great first down again for the Toros to open up some great field play.
Look at this footwork and just slicing and dicing all the way. Gets across the 40 and then drops his shoulder and lays the wood on the defensive guy. That's a tough running back right there, and he's not just about flashy. He'll drop that shoulder on you.
They're going to mark it right at the 35. So first down and 10 at that location. Arndt and Price again in the backfield. Slot right, slot left again. Arndt looking to his left-hand side. He does have a man wide open, and that is good for the touchdown. The first touchdown of the season for the San Antonio Toros. And that goes to number 15 out in the flat, Lance Lejean.
Yeah, he's coming out of University of Maryland, University of Louisiana as well. New Orleans is his hometown. Watch this air ball to him on a tightrope spiral walk-in. Number 15 punches the first touchdown of the Toros, the 2026 version.
So we go for the extra point. You notice where they mark it. They're marking it at the 22-yard line. And remember, these are high school goalposts, so they are wider than college. Ball is down. The kick is up. And it is no good, they say. No good off the foot of Kenneth Almendarez. So with that, the Broncos are now, or I should say, the Toros are now in front 6-0 over the Tennessee Hornets. We'll be back with more football here on United Football Network.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418.
Welcome back. The Toros draw first blood here at Harlandale Memorial Stadium. 6-0 after the extra point was no good. And how about that scoring drive, Ken?
Fantastic. 5 plays, 65 yards, and through the air. Not surprising with Coach Bedwell and his air raid attack. We knew they were going to stretch it out a little bit. We knew they were going to put it in the air. Well, I tell you, the San Antonio Toros score the opening drive and the first one for 2026 in the air.
Almendarez will do the kickoff for the San Antonio Toros back deep, as they are always planning for the kick returners as Nehemiah Martinez, 3-year starter for Texas Tech before finishing up with Abilene Christian, and Jacob Atkins out of Mississippi Valley State.
And again, these are blazing guys. I've seen them when they were doing some kick return practice right here before the game started, these guys were moving. They were flying around the field, and I like that. Even in special teams, they're taking it serious. So I think for at least the Tennessee Hornets try to come back, they got to answer for this Toros opening drive. You definitely don't want to get in the hole by 2 touchdowns.
Well, they're also going to try Josh Delgado there. He's going to keep it on the ground, and you see they're going to call a flag, I think, on the play. They're pointing to the scoreboard for some reason. See if he's going to have to re-kick this. But it looks like the kicking team is coming off the field, and they're going to mark it instead at the 40-yard line.
That's where it looks like they're going to put it right on the X there.
Right on the 40.
Yeah, there it is.
So
all right.
So that'll be the first possession for the Hornets as they kick off their 2026 season as well.
And Hornets, they've got a big O-line. We were watching them in the pregame, Greg, and I was more impressed with. They've got some good footwork, but now looking out the full defensive line for the Toros, they look like they got some speed over there. So we got a size versus speed matchup that's going to happen right here in the trenches.
Right, the first thing is we're going to see who starts at quarterback, because listed was Young to start at quarterback, and he would be number 15, but that is not the case. They're going to move their wide receiver, Chris Hughley, into that position to start. We saw him working with the first-team offense before the game started. So that is one big change they've made right out of the gate. And here comes the handoff, and swarming defense stopping in his tracks before he gets anywhere near the line of scrimmage for a tackle for a loss.
Talib Salahuddin. He comes out of River City College, San Diego State, and right here at UIW, watch this, gets in the backfield, number 44, making stops like he did. Well, great one right there to force him to move the ball back and back behind the chains.
Billy Conway is the guy that got trapped back there, the running back. He's out of Kansas, 6'2", 215, so he's a big running back. They were bringing him down and has lost all the way back to the 36, or a loss of 4, so 2nd down and 14 for the Hornets.
That's exactly what we were just talking about, the speed on that defensive line up against the size of the offensive line. It's going to be a battle.
They're going to stay with Hughley at quarterback to start with, and he was taking most of the reps before we got started. And now there seems to be some confusion.
Delay of game, I think.
And they're going to have a delay of game because they were not able to get the ball off unless they were able to call a timeout on the side, and that is not the case. They're going to back them up another 5 yards. So they've lost 9 yards in the first 2 plays before things get underway here.
Yeah, and one, due to the great over levers at 44, Talib Salahuddin, what he brings in here. He's coming out of college. He was a 3rd-team All-Conference, two-team All-Conference. He had 10 total sacks, 115 total tackles. He knows how to get in the backfield. Keep your eye on number 44 at the end of the line here for the Toros.
2nd down and 19 now for the Hornets. They're struggling to get their offense going here. In fact, they were running plays, actually, trying to put plays into their system in the pregame. Rolling right. Doesn't have a man downfield, so he's able to flip it off and does pick up some yards, but doesn't get back to the original line of scrimmage. That was to the backup running back, Christian Nehemiah, Nehemiah Martinez.
Yep.
And he was able to get that back to the 36. See where they mark it. 37 is where they'll put it down. So now it's a 3rd down and 13.
Great decision to split that out there as much. But, I tell you, number 37, Miles McHaney, he's a 6'3", 240 defensive lineman coming out of right here at Incarnate Word. So he's a local guy. He certainly knows his way around San Antonio grass. He got all the way out to the outside and made that great stop. And they're sputtering here on offense, and it's really because of the over-pursuing defense by the Toros.
You got to give Torrance Taylor credit putting this team together in a short period of time. He's out calling the plays in the middle of the field.
Got another delay game. And I think this is the challenge here is, if you don't have the reps, which means you don't have the timing, the repetition, that clock that's in that quarterback's head, he's got to break the huddle at a certain spot. He's got to make his adjustments by X. All that's going through a quarterback's head, and that's tough to ask that young man to come out here and play QB at this level, maybe only having 2 or 3 practices total as a team.
And keep in mind, it's a 40-second play clock now. What happens with the 26 one goes into effect at that 4th quarter? Back to the original 3rd down and 19 now. He'll look left. Got a tip ball. great defense coming in from that left side, was able to knock it down, and that was 37 Miles McCaney. You've called his name before today, and that knocks it incomplete, and as a result, they are faced with a 4th down. They will punt the ball.
Yeah, just trying to float it right up over his head that time. McCaney just getting some height on him. I like to see him play at that level. He's got some NFL, CFL experience. He played in Brazil. He was with Memphis Showboats in the UFL. He was with the Alabama Beavers recently, the Beaumont Renegades. So he's got his way around a football club, and he certainly showed smarts on that outside there, flipping that pass.
You're exactly right, Kim, because at defensive end, he also has height. He's 6'3", so he's just get up there and able to knock that down. So back to punt will be Daniel Trejo. For you Texas fans, you will recognize that name for the University of Texas. He was a walk-on there and won the starting job back in 2022. Gets a decent kick away, fielded at the 28-yard line, and immediately brought down. So back there to pick it up was Cam Eccles, who did a great job. Eccles, you remember that name out of TCU.
Oh, yeah.
And now it sets up the Toros with their second possession of the day.
Yeah, Eccles out of Ennis, Texas, played TCU, Arkansas State, Western Kentucky. He's got stats left and right, both at college level. But what stood out to me was all Big 12 and freshman All-American honors as a freshman at TCU. That tells me at a very young age he had the maturity enough to play at a D1 level. Now he's bringing it to the Toros.
All right, we're at the 38-yard line for the Toros' second possession of the day. They lead 6-0 here in the first quarter. And still in the game is Will Arndt, a quarterback, which we expect him to be. Nice little swing pass to the outside. He's got a man out there. It looks like he's going to be able to pick up the first down and then some. And as he's getting up, he signals it himself to let us know that he was able to pick that up, and that is Andrew Henry in the game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look at this nice little cut to the outside and then just flirts his way right along the sideline there and then takes it head first. Great job by Henry showing some moxie, getting to the outside speed, and then the grit to drop that shoulder and go at it.
So we're back to another first down for the Toros. They're now working from the Hornets' 44-yard line. Arndt again, swing pass again, this time to a different favor outside receiver, and that's their backup running back, Alfonso Graham.
Yeah, Alfonso Graham spending some time with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's coming out of a couple of universities, Arizona Western, Fullerton College, Morgan State University. He's got some impressive stats, 2,600 yards total, all-purpose yards, 15 touchdowns, so he knows his way around the ball. I like the fact that the Toros went after to go get him for his speed and hands, and he just showed it right there.
Pick up a 2 on the play, so it's 2nd down and 8 for the Toros. Trying to get on the scoreboard again before the end of the first quarter. Arndt back to pass, has a man downfield. Nice catch! And I don't know how he was able to hang on to that ball, but that was our friend Demetrius who's able to pull that in.
Oh, my gosh. Tess Metzi's right here. Come tell you, this guy is he's got a lot of skill sets. One of them, he's at the top of your screen, makes the cut. Arndt, 8-88. That's the 8 show right here. Look at that one-handed grab, takes the hit, and the ball completes it to the ground. Wow, what a catch by the tight end.
Being 6'6" and 250 pounds doesn't hurt at all, does it?
Yeah, not at all.
All right, here's Arndt again. He'll hand the ball off this time. Stumble, stutter, able to bounce away from 3 tacklers and finally caught from behind inside the 15-yard line, and that is Graham again.
Yeah, that's a 5'9", 180-pound running back, but look at the versatility right here. Bobbing and weaving through traffic, finding his way, keeping a low center of gravity. Tough to find that guy. I can tell you as a defense, that's tough trying to find the little small running backs back there. He knows how to scat, and he did a great job on that play.
2nd down and 1 from the 15 now for the Toros, who are threatening to score again. 7:24 to play in the first quarter. Here's Arndt back to pass. He's got a man open in the end zone. Touchdown, Toros.
Easy pitch and catch, almost like if you're in the backyard again. This time out to number 9, Khalil Harris out of Oklahoma Baptist, the 5'10", 180 guy. Getting up to the top there, wide open, blown coverage over there by the Hornets. They didn't see him coming around the backside. You see the replay right here. Just an easy pitch and catch like you're playing in your backyard, and this time it's touchdown Toros.
Keyline was able to put him on the board again. Their second touchdown by pass, and they've done a great job of working that defense because they had that man wide open, this time to the right side of the end zone. Last time was to the left side. So once again, Kenneth Almendares is going to try and put the ball through, and there's a timeout called on the field. Timeout call for the Hornets before the extra point, and we'll keep it right here for the time being. We'll take the break after the extra point attempt. We'll take another look at that great play because, Ken, that's what they've been able to do. They've been able to treat one side one way, one side the other, and they're fooling that defense about who they're sending into that end zone.
Yeah, this one right here, easy. Just, wheel route to the top side. Either the outside linebacker or the underneath corner just did not get up there in time to see him flaring out there. You got to get your eyes in the backfield off of that one. But that was an impressive drive. And I'll tell you, the big thing that stood out to me in the stats, and that was a beautiful pass on that was to 7 different receivers. So it's not like he's just zoning in on one guy, maybe 2. That was a drive that has 7 different receivers touching that ball. That was an impressive drive by the Toros here this afternoon.
I'm impressed by the poise that Will Arndt is showing in this formations that he's, again, one of the things you have to struggle with early on in any team is the offense. It's usually the defense is ahead of the offense. But the timings is, remember they've only had 2 days for about 4 days. The timing between Arndt and his receivers is impeccable for this short period of time of preparation.
Well, it is. And what I think I like most is, as obviously with Coach Bedwell being a former quarterback himself, he understands the pressures that are back there, and he probably took this to a level of, hey, we're going to get it out of your hands fast. You don't have to think much, maybe 1, maybe 2 progression, but then take off if you're not. So far, the Toros, as he's progressing through, he's finding success at either the first one or the second read off of that. And for the Toros in the air right here, the Hornets are going to have an answer for that aerial drive, or it's going to be a long afternoon.
Okay, Almendares is going to look for his first extra point, good extra point here in the first quarter. Missed his first attempt, going to try to get this second one through the uprights here at Harlandale Memorial Stadium. Kick is up, and it is
there
good.
We go. We got that one.
Now, the Lou Groza Award winner is back where he belongs. He is just a great kicker, coming out as a top college place kicker, where he made 20 to 31 field goals, 25 to 25 from inside the 50, and we're about to take a break. The Toros are now leading by a score of 13-0, 7:17 to play here in the first quarter.
Don't want that old car but don't know what to do? Call Pick and Pull and turn that old car into cash. We buy more because we pay more, running or not, and we'll pick it up free. Pick and Pull has the largest inventory in South Texas with over 4,500 parts cars, so we need to buy. Go to pickandpullsa.com for more details. Pick and Pull, we buy more because we pay more.
More to pick, less pull for your budget. Now that's Pick and Pull.
We are back. The kickoff has just been made by our friend Kenneth Almendares after making the extra point. Here's another look at it here, Ken, if you would.
It's going to be a good kickoff right here, and I'll tell you, towards the tail end of this, you're going to see a heck of an effort by the Hornet returner off of this one. Interesting fact about Almendares, we see the return back here. Watch this right here. Just drops down, takes the hit, drives through the defender. I like that. Interesting fact about Almendares. Do you know that he led the NCAA in tackles as a long snapper?
Yeah, well, that's
a long snapper.
Yes. He's a big fella as a kicker, too.
Yeah.
All right, first down and 10 for the Hornets at the 30-yard line. Let's see if they can get something going here on their second possession. And they'll put it up in the air quickly. Man slightly open, but in double coverage, slightly overthrows him in the process. And again, this is coming from very little practice between these two teams.
Well, that's Isaiah Green, number 13. Again, I love seeing man-to-man coverage on the outside. It's just me against you, racing down the sideline. Who's going to fight through it? Isaiah Green, I tell you, he's got some impressive college totals. But one of the most important things that I saw or heard, Coach Glanville, his quote about Isaiah Green was, this kid should be making a lot of money playing this sport. That's pretty impressive coming from the legend, Coach Glanville.
And we do have a new quarterback in the game, and that is going to be number 18. That is the guy we thought was going to start this game. They had Hughley starting, that's a wide receiver, but they moved into quarterback. Now it's Tovio Young that's playing quarterback. And this is the original starter we thought we would see, but now he's in there. He's a former Fort Worth Brave, so very familiar with the Continental Football League.
And he got introduced real quick to number 32, Tyron Brown, 6'2", 260 on that D line for the Toros. I tell you, he stepped right into that hole and absolutely filled it perfectly, and I like the way he plays. Comes out of Orange, Texas, played all 4 years at University of Mary Hardin Baylor.
All right, that's a loss of 4, so now they have it as third down on the far side, and it is third down and 14. The rush is going to get to Young, force him out of the pocket. They got him by the collar, and down he goes with the sack. The first sack of the season for the San Antonio Toros defense.
How about a combo? Number 32, Tyron Brown. We were just talking about him, and then he matched up with his partners. Creovani Johnson out of Holmes High School right here in San Antonio, Texas. Finished out at Angelo State University. They combined right here. Look, see number 32 wraps it up. 92 cleans it up. Great gang tackling on the outside right there to force this punt. Good defense by the Toros.
Look at the size of those players on the side of the San Antonio Toros on that defensive line. Here we all the way back to the 16-yard line is where they'll have to punt it from. Those duties will be performed by Daniel Trejo again out of the University of Texas. Walk-on that made the team as a starter under Steve Sarkisian.
This is the other part of the game. We don't talk much about special teams. You know, everybody can get their offense, everybody can get the defense. You still got to have timing on special teams here. Great punt.
Yeah, he's going to send him back, all the way back, in fact. Keelan Harris to make the grab. Now he's going to bring it right back up. Nice stutter step to get inside. Breaks the 50-yard lane down to the 40. He's past the 30. He's inside the 20. He's got one man to beat it. Almost does it at the 10.
Oh, my goodness. So close. Keelan Harris is going to want to replay that one over and over again. Great job on special teams. Coming out of Oklahoma Baptist University. Watch this. All the foot touches the 25, so that's where he got. Wow, what a run back. 59 yards total on the return, but look at the spinning and slicing and dicing back across midfield, and he almost took it to the house. Shoestring tackle about to show up right in your living room right there. If not, that would have been 6 points, but great job by Harris coming out of Dallas, Texas.
They're going to mark it at the 12-yard line, so first down and 10. They can still pick up another first down before they can get into the end zone, but it hasn't seemed to be a problem so far in this first quarter for the San Antonio Toros.
I like their two-back set now. I like that. Either side of the quarterback gets some action going there for Will Arndt. Kind of confuse those linebackers that may or may not have seen any tape or video so far of the Toros themselves as far as how they're going to start their offense. So, again, even on the other side, that defense is still kind of learning not only their role, but still trying to do it in live time against an opponent.
Well, now they're calling that shift again against the Hornets, so that's going to cost them half the distance to the goal. So that has set them up again. They're still able to pick up another first down if they get inside the 3-yard line. Arndt looking to throw. He's got a man in the end zone. He leads him, but a little bit too far, and that was Oscar Cardenas.
Guess who he was going to? He was going to the UTSA guy right here in San Antonio, Texas. Oscar Cardenas, 4-year starter at UTSA, all kinds of awards to include some academic Heisman awards there. He got invited to the Arizona Cardinals, undrafted free agent 2025, and played in 3 preseason games. He's a local hometown guy. Man, just floated that ball right off the top, and that's a big dude to miss out there in space like that.
So it's second down from the 8-yard line. Little high on the snap, but that's okay. Gets it off to Price. Price is met at about the 6-yard line before he's brought down.
Good wrap up there by the Hornets, just kind of swarming there as Hornets should. But, you know, one of the Mark Kusenberger sitting here to my right, my great partner that I typically broadcast with, just flashed a fantastic. That's the first incomplete pass of the Toros. So that's got to make an offensive coordinator happy that, hey, no matter how many times we've tried to practice or get the plays right, hey, if you're making completions, hey, that's offense, and I like it.
They'll try it again, this time on third down. Now he'll look to his left side. Timing pattern. Just on the
goodness.
And he has got it. for the touchdown. Just over the outstretched arms of the defender, he's able to bring it in.
My gosh, you want to talk about height and taking advantage of the fact 6'2", 218 out of Maryland. He climbs the ladder right in the corner, designed the whole way. This is going to be a great camera shot if they follow number 15. He's right there in the front of your screen. Now zooming in on the quarterback. It's going to come right in your living room, folks, right here. Ball's up in the air. Number 15, big body, right over the defender, comes down with it, and a touchdown for the Toros. That's number 2 for that guy right there today.
Lance LeJohn. He comes in out of Louisiana, Raging Cajun, and puts the Toros back on the board again for the 3rd time today at 4:14 to play in the first quarter. Going for the extra point now is Almendarez. Kick is up, and it is good.
That's another good one. All right, we're on a roll here.
So the Toros have scored on their 3 possessions. As a result, they're up 20-0 with 4:14 to play in the first quarter. Back with more after this. And we're going to keep it here for the San Antonio Toros broadcast on the United Football Media. Thank you for being with us here in San Antonio, Texas at Harlandale Memorial Stadium. This is the preseason opener for both of these teams, the San Antonio Toros and the Tennessee Hornets. And the Hornets making the trip down here to San Antonio to open up the Toros' first ever season, the rebuild, if you will, of the 1969 championship team that played all the way until 1973 in the Continental Football League. Later in this very stadium after the Toros, it was the San Antonio Charros that continued that tradition of football, spring football here in San Antonio. So this is a very historic location for this to start over, if you will, in the Continental Football League. And Stan Bedwell is a head coach. This is his first season for the San Antonio Toros, but he's a veteran head coach, and he is a coach that has a very unique resume because he's coached on 3 different continents, and he has a 96-23 record, including 5 national championships in 10 seasons. So he has the pedigree to get the job done, no question about it.
Absolutely, and I'll bet his head's still kind of spinning. You know, he showed up here as an offensive coordinator, and then ends up as the head coach. And now he's got the team here on the precipice of their opening game, and they're sitting in a pretty good position being up 20-0 here against the Hornets.
Menderes boots it all the way to the 2-yard line before they bring it out, try and get something going here for the Hornets, who have had not much of a sting here so far against the Toros. It looks like he's able to get it back to at least the 25-yard line before he is brought down. And again, the Hornets will have their 3rd possession to see if they can do something other than punt the ball away.
Yeah, good job by number 54, Wesley Steiner. Plays linebacker. He's out of Warner Robins, Georgia. Played at Auburn and Washington State. But he is a hard-hitting guy. He's already he was at a pro day. He's had some time with the Raiders, Steelers, and Seahawks. But in college, I tell you, that was most impressive about him. 60 total games played, 98 tackles. He's got some absolutely impressive defensive stats, and he's showing it there on special teams. I know I keep harping on special teams, but that's that 3rd leg that we don't talk a whole lot about. Offense, defense, and special teams. Those are all critical components to football.
So it looks like they're going to keep Young in the game as their quarterback and see if they get something moving at least in the passing department. He's trying to get his running back, that is Conaway, to switch to his left side. He does just that, and he'll put it in the air like we were predicting, and he gets his receiver, and does he make the catch? They say he does, right in the face of the defender. They're going to mark him out at the 41-yard line, and that is number 7.
Yeah, that's
Davian Robinson.
Robinson, tight end out of Rutgers. Look at, I tell you, he's got some height. Climbed the ladder off of that against number 13, Isaiah Green. Isaiah Green's 6'1", 190. He's got some height, too, some jaw jacking going on right there. Nothing wrong with that, I don't think, as long as it doesn't get out of control. But, hey, great job on picking up that first down for the Hornets.
So they're using Young's arm. They started with Hughley, who did not do as good a job in the passing department. So they're using Young's arm to try and advance. And that is a first down, the very first first down for the Hornets this season. Looks like we had movement or timeout.
Timeout, Hornets.
Yeah, Hornets, that'll be their 2nd timeout that they just called.
Timeout on the field for Tennessee.
And we'll keep it here. We started to talk a little bit about the coaching staff here.
Yeah.
One name you will recognize, besides, of course, of Stan Bedwell, will be the defensive coordinator, who has had an illustrious career that includes, of course, the Houston Oilers and the Atlanta Falcons. And that, of course, is the man in black, our own Jerry Glanville. Jerry was the Oilers coach from 1985 to 89, the Falcons coach from 1990 to 93. He's 84 years young.
Yeah.
Is out on this football field today, coaching up this defense, and for what we've seen so far, doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I mean, he's out there. It's not like, they just went, hey, let's just flash, the fantastic, legendary, Jerry Glanville. No, he's an active guy. And anybody who's been around Coach Glanville for any more than about 7 seconds understands that he's got coaching in his blood. He always has. He's been an extremely successful coach at all the different levels. And for him to be able to bring his experience and, of course, his contacts, that's what this is all about, coaching and his experience, bringing that to the San Antonio Toros, I think that's immeasurable. And it shows the quality staff that Coach Bedwell and the Toros have.
And keep in mind, remember, with all of his experience, he's also a broadcaster for both CBS and Fox. All right, let's see if they can do anything with this. Quick pass that time, and the wrong read. He thought the intended receiver was going to break to the outside. Instead, he broke to the inside, so that falls incomplete for Young.
Yeah, that's not going to help. They got 4 yards total offense and passing, and I thought they were going to try to complete one here. You got the quarterback thinking it's an outside route. Receivers running an inside route. Heck, even the defensive back's like, "Are you kidding me?" Right in the middle.
Can't split the difference here,
Ball's
fellas.
over there.
There's only one of me.
Good job here, but that does put them behind the sticks, and certainly makes for a very long offensive list for you to choose from. But they go another no back set on offense.
No back set, so that gives a 3 set to the right on the wide receiver, slot left. Here's Young again. It's a quick pass out to the slot on the left-hand side, setting up for the blocker. He gets it down to the 45-yard line, maybe the 46, before he finally is brought down.
Yeah, great job. Number 20, that's R.T. Johnson out of Wiggins, Mississippi, comes out of Old Dominion University. Good job to see him just wrapping up the legs right there. That's all you got to do. Sometimes as an outside corner or defensive back, at least in the outside passing game or the running game, all you got to do is just create a train wreck. Just get around their ankles. Go grab their knees, go grab their whatever you can. Number 20, R.T. Johnson did a great job there on the outside sealing that edge.
And that was Nehemiah Martinez on the reception. Slot left again, 3 wideouts to the right. Empty backfield for Young. And in the nickel defense goes the Toros. Young will roll right, feeling the pressure, has to dump it off quickly. Got a man there who's able to bring it in, and that is a big fella to bring it down. It looked like it was number 33, Baxter Baltazar, who normally plays on the defensive line. But there he is hauling that in. I don't know where he came from.
I don't know where he came from either. He just got right past Thomas Ibrahim. And then watch number 10 come up and just doing everything he can. That's Giovanni Williams, the linebacker, 6'1", 220 out of Tiffin. He was doing everything he could just to hang on for the ride and hopefully get some of his buddies over there. And certainly they did a great job because here we go on 4th down. It looks like they're
going to go for
Hornets are going to go for it, and I think that's a good call.
4th down and 4. They'd like to get something going here, being down 20-0 with just about 1:30 to play in the first quarter. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Empty backfield for Young. He's going to roll to his left, but he's got pressure again coming from that right-hand side and is not able to find the receivers. So the Toros will take over. And again, great defensive effort.
And watch that right side. That they collapse it in just close. Look at that whole right side right there. And all 22 had to do, that was Aaron Ortiz out of UTSA, 6'3", 248 D lineman. All he had to do is just get in the passing lane. You don't have to make a big play. You don't even have to make an interception. Just get your hands up in the passing game, and that threw the quarterback off as he spun out thinking he was going to be clean. You got a player right there. Great job, good defense by the Toros.
All right, now we're inside the 50 as the Toros take possession. They're at the 47-yard line of the Hornets, trying to get on the scoreboard again for the end of the first quarter. Here's Arndt. He's got a man open again on the right-hand side. Nice move after the catch, and he gets a swarm of Hornets to bring him down, 4 exact, but not before Cam Eccles is able to pick up a first down.
I like that. I mean, I'd like the faith. You got Cam Eccles coming out of TCU, 6'1", 190, good hands to the outside, sense the fact that defender was going to cut. So guess what? He just does the opposite. You really can't coach a lot of that. A lot of that's instincts, Greg, and he's certainly showing his instincts on the field today.
All right, we're at the 36-yard line now for the Toros. Arndt brings his man up. Now he has 2 in the backfield, slot right, and just a single wide receiver to the left. Still going to throw the ball. Looked like it was a handoff formation, but he has to dump it off to the right-hand side. He had too much pressure coming from the right. No one to throw to downfield, so good defensive effort that time by the Hornets.
Yeah, great defensive right there, and I'll tell you, good job by the quarterback. Just, again, scanning the field, trying to get through first progression, second progression, even third progression. Problem is you got that clock ticking in your head. Sometimes you get off on that, trying to pitch it out to Andrew Henry. Just took a little bit too long, couldn't get the ball to him.
And I think you're thinking in the back of your mind, you're thinking the 1001, 1002, and if I'm not releasing by 1003, I got to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
Snaps a little high, brings it down nicely, gets it to his tight end again. Demetrius is able to haul it in for him, and it's pretty close to the first down. Let's see what they say.
Well, I like the way he's got his hands out there. He did play alongside Will Arndt as well, so he's got some connections to him. We talked about that a little bit earlier. In college, he had 21 catches, 239 yards, 4 touchdowns. He was a 4-year starter in 41 games. I like the fact he's got his head in the game, and the fact that he at Western Connecticut State, and he can come out here and be a big body athlete for your quarterback to find you down the seam. Perfect.
All right, they're going to say he's short by just a yard, so it's going to leave us a 3rd down and 1 when we come back for San Antonio Toros football on the United Football Media.
Got land or thinking of buying some? With Southwest Homes, building your dream home has never been easier. Introducing Build Now Financing. No construction loan, no payments during construction, no interest while we build. That's less stress and more time to focus on your future. Personalize your home, your way, on your land. Southwest Homes. We make it easy to build on your land. Visit yourswh.com today.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
How's it going, guys? I'm Ace, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about WeFunder. So let's answer that first question. What is WeFunder? WeFunder is an investment crowdsourcing platform that allows everyday people to invest in private companies they believe in. Instead of only major investors getting early access, WeFunder gives fans and supporters the chance to get involved too. That means through WeFunder, you're not just cheering us on from the sidelines, but you can become a part of our story. So in simple terms, you're investing to back us now. And once we hit our goals, your safe will turn into stocks, which will then grow in value as the Toros grow in value. These stocks you can hold on to as an owner of the Toros, or you can sell for a profit on WeFunder. This is just a part of the funding that helps us grow the right way. We've already raised more on WeFunder than any other American football team ever has in the company's history. That tells us one thing very clearly. People believe in what we're building in San Antonio. So what do you think? Are you ready to join the Stampede?
And we are back, 3rd down and 1. Our referee, Jim Van Geppen, holding the team for just a second as we come out of the break for us. We appreciate that. And his officiating crew, which will go down a little bit later on for you. That includes the umpire, Lamarck Holcomb, as well as head linesman Zeke Segovia and line judge Mark Gomez. Now he lets play get back underway. Handoff this time, bouncing to the outside. Nice move to break free and get close to a touchdown, but picks up the first down and then some, and that is Andrew Henry.
You want to talk about wheels. Wow, let's look at this thing coming right into your living room. Look at the speed. Look at the ability. Jukes to the outside. He's got those legs and speedy, and then he's got the power towards the tail end to finish the runs. Great opening play there for the Toros to kick us coming out of break.
Well, it's another first down, and he's inside the 10, almost at the 9-yard line. So it'll be 1st and goal now for the Toros to try and open up this second quarter after outscoring the Hornets 20-0 in the first quarter.
Well, they're holding up play here. Looks like one of the Hornets players is coming over to the Toros equipment. Folks, they might have something going on with their equipment. Pass goes up.
Has a man in there, but a good defense It was one-on-one in that end zone, and they're trying to not slip and fall on that track mat as they were trying to get untangled, but that was Wayne Ruby, who was the intended receiver.
Trying to find Ruby. He comes out of University of Mount Union in Ohio. He was the first player to sign with the Toros, and he also bowls a 200 average. So he's got some hands right there, but I tell you, for that kind of pass to the outside, and then that's tough as a defensive back, that's a battle that's going to happen right there. That one, I'm going to put that one on the Hornets. They shut that one down.
So Art will have another attempt here inside the 10. It'll be 2nd and goal for the Toros, trying to pick up their first score here in the second quarter. Nice little flip out on the handoff. Pitch to number 9 as he's cutting around, and that is Keelan Harris, who did such a great job on that punt return and is almost able to get in the end zone where they mark him out, I think, about the 6-yard line.
Now look at this, just end-to-end speed. It looks like he wanted to cut it to the inside, but then has the moxie enough to get around Morrison, that linebacker, and then high steps himself down there. He has got some elusive speed, whether he's in 2nd gear or in 4th gear. Either way, he's tough to take down.
Actually, they're going to say, let's see where they finally mark it. It looks like he may have lost some yardage because it's actually, the ball is actually now marked outside the 10 at about the 11-yard line. So he actually lost yardage, couldn't quite make the cut to get back inside to pick up any yardage.
Watch number 88, the bottom of your screen down there for the Toros. He's got some hands.
He looked at Price at first, and he goes over the middle. Yeah, just inside, not quite inside the 5, just outside the 5 of the 6. And that, once again, is our favorite guy, Wayne Ruby again.
Yeah, he's impressive. He's got some all kinds of accolades coming in. He's got 5,642 receiving yards in college. That's pretty impressive hands right there. And for the Toros to have that kind of versatility and backup and depth, that is a good choice for the Toros and a good athlete right there.
So they're going to go for it here at the 7-yard line. No, they're going to take that back. They're going to bring out Almendarez, who kicked the field goal. Remember, he was perfect from inside 50 in his college season. Named the Lou Groza Award winner for his accuracy. Let's see if he can add 3 points here.
We're going to have a delay again. First one against the Toros, I believe.
That is the first one.
It's that clock. You got to get used to that new kind of clock in your head there for the play clock here in the Continental Football League. We've seen that multiple times on the Hornets, and it's expected, folks. This is the first game. They're still kind of getting used to the rhythm and battle here, but it does back up the Toros.
Moves it back to the 20, so this would be a 30-yard field goal attempt. And his first of the season for the San Antonio Toros for Almendarez. Kick is up, and it is, they say it's good. So a 30-yard field goal puts 3 points on the board. So they don't get the touchdown, but they do get a score, 23-0 Toros. We're back after United Football League Media continues. The best high school football coverage can only be found on Texas Sports Productions, on the app, streaming, and on TV. Your favorite high school sports only on Texas Sports Productions, each and every week for free.
San Antonio, it's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles, concussions, or even broken bones. And you see this happening in real time. But what you might not see is what happens behind the scenes. I send all my players to complete care because I know that they will be seen immediately, they will be diagnosed properly, and they'll be treated quickly so that we can get them back on the field fast. We look forward to an amazing season. We hope you come out and catch all the action. And if you have a little too much action for yourself, go to complete care.
And we are back with the San Antonio Toros on in front, 23-0. 11:59 to play here in the first half, and what a first half this has been for the Toros so far. And we're just talking about it during the break, how poised we watch and admire what Will Arndt is able to do at quarterback.
And it really is. And stepping in game 1 First game of the season, first game of the Tours. You got all the weight and pressures and distractions all on your shoulders as the quarterback. And Art has really stepped up, being the 6'4", 215 guy that he is. We saw him before the season, and he was a poised guy. Now he's showing it here on the field this afternoon.
Almendarez lets it go, bobbled at the 6-yard line, picked up. That sometimes leads to a good return. We'll see, but that will not be the case this time. They did a great job of pursuing the ball carrier that time, and the special teams wins for the Toros. That was number 19, Jacob Atkins, who was trying to make the return for the Hornets and just couldn't get a handle on it at first.
He's a big runner. Look at him. And just good low center of gravity. Toros, what do they call it? Anti-swarm? I don't know what that is. When you
bug spray.
Bug spray. I like that. A little raid, if you will. But, yeah, Art is tearing it up. He's 13 of 16 on the day so far. So we talk about his accuracy. I think they took advantage of the fact where I think he can settle himself down and become a better quarterback at this level and for this coaching staff. They start him out with just some quick passes, get his confidence up, get his receivers all jacked up, and now they can start taking shots down the field because now you got a confident quarterback back there leading your offense.
Mark it at the 18 now as the Hornets will try and get on the scoreboard for the first time on this possession. So far, they've had 3 and turned away each time. Another problem here is just getting the play call. Just takes a lot of time. We're down to 7 seconds on the play clock. Go for the handoff, but, man, it's disrupted immediately in the backfield. That is number 6, Nehemiah Martinez, who's trying to do something, but that defense was already in the backfield as soon as the ball was handed off.
I'll tell you, if we look at this replay right here, watch number 93 right there. He almost had him dead to rights. That's Javier Edwards, defensive tackle out of Blinn College. All kinds of wrap-ups and hits going on here. This tells me that Coach Glanville has put his imprint on this defense already. That's the swarm defense that we've seen from him in the past, and I'll tell you, the Toros are executing perfectly.
Yep, a loss of 4 on the plays, back to the 19-yard line, so it'll be 2nd down and 14. Young is still in the game at quarterback. He's got a man in the backfield with him, and a quick pass out to the outside, swing pass, beats one defender, and picks up a couple yards before he's brought down.
Yeah, we get back to, just talking about good defensive back play. I'm going to call out number 10, Giovanni Williams. He's out of Tiffin. That 6'1", 220 linebacker / DB. They like to rotate him inside and outside the box like that. But I tell you, he did a great job getting to the top side, closing that down. He played at Texas A&M Kingsville and Mississippi College as well. He had all kinds of conference honors. He's got a younger brother that's in the NFL. He's got 2 brothers, Quincy Williams and Quinnen Williams. So his pedigree for getting to the NFL is definitely there. He keeps playing like that. He might get a nice little phone call here.
All right, Davion Robinson was able to get him back to the original line of scrimmage. So now here we are at 3rd down and 10. Young looking to throw again. Great defense that time. Knocks it away from the intended receiver. That was Josh Delgado.
Man, wow, what a great job, 27, climbing that ladder. Look at that, out of San Antonio Stephen High School. I think I was number 27, Little John, right here on the top. Watch him just close on the ball, and at the last second gets that hand up there. That's perfect defensive back technique right there. Climb the ladder, get your hand up there, disrupt the ball. He's been doing it for a long time. He played at Cal and set some records out there at Cal, so he is no stranger to doing some game-clinching activity, and that right there you see where he can climb the ladder and bat that ball.
Yeah, he's got some ups. He's listed at 5'11", 195. Matthew Littlejohn is playing the free safety position today. Did a fantastic job on defense. So now forces the punt on 4th down with 10 to go. Back close to his own end zone. That is Daniel Trejo again. He's been very busy today. They haven't been able to mount much. Almost gets it blocked on special teams, but gets a great punt off all the way back to the 38-yard line. But look at the return here. Cutting back to the inside. That is number 9, Keelan Harris, and Harris does a great job on special teams again.
Yeah, if it wasn't for number 6, Nehemiah Martinez coming from behind right there, we would have just seen a touchdown by Harris off of that one. Number 9 showing his speed. Big booming kick, though. I do got to point out good positive accolades for the Hornets. He's got a leg when they need to punt. He got it all the way down inside the 40, but look at the skill and the speed. Once he gets to the outside, that's tough to do. Nice little cut to the inside, gets taken taken down by number 6, but not after the Toros back in scoring position on the 20.
Yeah, when Trejo was at Texas, he was averaging 42 yards a punt, and he had 13 inside the 20. So he's a very good punter, as we just saw. But unfortunately, their special teams can't handle the return of Harris. From the 20, Arndt slings it out on a swing pass to the left side. See if he can break the tackle. Gets popped, knocked out at the 15-yard line. That is Wayne Ruby again.
I like that. I like the scheme. I like getting Carpenter out in space. I like just the fact that they're just getting their athletes out in space, Greg. And for that one, that was just nothing but a flood. They took all 4 eligible receivers and flooded them right in that zone. Then it just becomes a hat number and a hat on hat. You got too many black hats up against the silver helmets. That's easy pick and catch right there for a quarterback for a back out in the flat.
It'll be 2nd and 5 now for the Toros, trying to score on another possession here. In case you just joined us, 23-0. 9:06 left in the second quarter. It has been all Toros so far, outscoring the Hornets 20-0 in the first quarter. Here's Arndt again. He's got a man open on the right side, and we got another touchdown for guess who? Number 19 on the play.
Number 19, Graham.
Yep.
They are spreading the ball around, Greg. I like this because you become absolutely unpredictable when you get this ball being spread around like Arndt is doing right now, and he's doing it with confidence. As we see Alfonso Graham coming out of Morgan State, just gets to the outside. He comes out of the back. That's linebacker responsibility. Safety instead. Blitz leaves him wide open. That's a tiptoe touchdown. Good job, number 19.
And just a well-designed play because, again, when you're trying to pick up on defense, the wide receivers, you're not expecting the running back to come out and go that deep in that play, and that's exactly what he did.
Yep.
Perfectly thrown ball again, and the kick is up for the extra point, and we'll see if it is good, and they say it is no good. The second extra point he has missed for Amenderis, who is perfect so far from field goal range with 1 field goal under his credit, but now it's 29-0 Toros over the Hornets here in the second quarter. We'll be back with more San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
Licensed professionals deliver customized treatments to support your health goals. Whether you're recovering from a long day, boosting your energy, managing your weight, or investing in long-term wellness, they provide fast and effective solutions in a professional, welcoming setting whenever you need them.
There you go.
And we are back for the kickoff now for the San Antonio Toros. 2-play, a 20-yard drive in 56 seconds. I thought I was making a mistake of reading it. And that is Graham with a touchdown from Arndt again.
Yeah. Arndt is absolutely dominating. And what I really like about Arndt is he's sitting back there and he's confident. They started out with those little quick passes. Now he's getting to the little bit longer passes. But when you got an open receiver like that, that's too easy. You got to throw it to him.
We had a whistle just as the kick was made, so there's going to be some discussion about that before we get going. But this has just been an impressive performance of this offense. Again, one of the toughest things to do in a preseason game, the first game of any season for any team, I don't care where you're playing, college or professional, the offense usually is lagging behind, and that is not the case today. In fact, I would say they're on equal footing. Both the offense and defense performed well so far.
Yeah, they have. And we've seen sparks from the Hornets up to this point as we see that beautiful replay right there, finding number 19 open out in the flat right there. That's Graham. But, yeah, I mean, the Hornets, they've got the skill set. We've seen it. But, again, Greg, it's exactly what we talked about. We're only talking about maybe a month and a half of maybe organized talks, if you will. They just had their first training camp a week and a half ago. So, I mean, we're talking only a couple hundred plays maybe with who you think is going to start, and you got to more from there. So these are just game one things.
To me, what's interesting, the most penalties we've seen have been on the kickoff so far. We've had 3.
Procedure stuff. Yep. Yeah. And we've seen that one right there. That's a procedure off of that. They're going to gain some yards, but this is going to put the Tennessee Hornets in at least better field position than they've had so far coming here up against this stout Toros defense.
Trying to get on the scoreboard for the first time in this preseason opener for the Hornets. Delayed here. They'll keep the quarterback draw, trying to bring it up. They've replaced Young now, and I believe they're going to go back to Hughley to see if they can get something going, light a fire under this team. But as he stands up, it is going to be actually a direct snap to Billy Conaway, the running back. So that time just a direct snap to the running back.
Yeah, you see Conaway just coming out of that. He comes out of Kansas. Good slice and dicing right in the middle there. But I just say, I just think they're getting dominated by this quicker, faster, I'm going to say even thinner defensive line for the Toros. They're getting right around these big offensive linemen and disrupting the flow of the Hornets.
Okay, they're keeping him. The Young is out of the game for the time being because they haven't had any luck in the passing game so far. So they're going to try it with Conaway to see if he can throw the football. He dodges one intended tackler, two, then he puts it up. It is a little short of the target, and luckily it was not intercepted for the Hornets, and they still maintain possession. But that was thrown off his back foot out of desperation.
Correct, yeah, off of that. You got a lot of pressure by number 91, Thomas Ibrahim out of Orlando, Florida, coming out of the Southeastern University in Florida. Of course, touched up by number 20. We talked about R.T. Johnson. These are the guys that are leading this defense. And number 91, just absolutely relentless pursuit to the ball off of that. Threw the quarterback off his kilter at least twice that I saw, and going to force this long play for the Hornets.
Okay, they bring Hughley back in now, quarterback, and now we're at third down, and it'll be 3rd and 9 for the Hornets, who have really had their backs against the wall this entire game. To their credit, they have been able to pick up a couple of first downs, but it has not been easy. Once again, Hughley is going to try and stutter step his way in and can't find any room to run because he is swarmed on by the defense.
Guess who again? Right there in the middle, number 91. Watch him come off the edge, followed up with his best buddy, number 92, right behind him. That's Creovani Johnson out of UTSA. He's got some wheel off of that. Those are two good defensive linemen on either side. So they can put them at that down lineman or they can put them to the outside end. And for either one of those guys, they're going to be dangerous in the backfield.
Chris Carpenter is going to be the punt returner. Once again, Trejo is going to be the punter. He's a very good punter. So they're going to be forced to kick it away again on 4th down and 10. He could not get back to the original line of scrimmage, so he lost a yard on that play.
Well, for Hughley, I mean, just as a representation of the Hornets so far, he's 4 plays, negative 6 yards rush, and 0 for 2 on passes. 4 of 8 correction on that, -8.
Great kick by Trejo again at the 12-yard line.
Look at that spin.
Nice spin move. Trying to get it in the inside, picks up some extra yards. Nice block downfield before he's finally run out of bounds. You like to see that from Chris Carpenter out of UTSA.
Yes, absolutely. Second leading wide receiver as his senior year at UTSA. He started out at CU Boulder, but he hails from Jacksonville, Texas as that wide receiver. We've heard his name many times on the UTSA games. 39 catches, 479 yards total. All CUSA honors as a returner. And as we talked about the opening right there, he's also got the only school kick return for a touchdown in school history. That guy knows how to ball, and he knows how to do it in a fast manner.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, having him back there is great. So now the heat is already starting to take effect of the Hornets. Now remember, the Hornets appear to be, at my count, a team of 32 players. So the substitution possibilities are very limited for the Hornets. And as I told you when we started this broadcast, 85 degrees and humidity at 55%. This heat is going to affect some of these folks from Tennessee who are probably not used to it coming down here to play in the stadium. And that's our first injury timeout we've had here. And I think it's just purely by exhaustion.
Yeah, exhaustion, heat. Heck, it's South Texas, and it's May. So we anybody that's even remotely familiar with South Texas, it gets hot, it gets humid. Now put pads on. Now do this in the middle of the afternoon here on a beautiful Monday, and you're going to have either dehydration, cramps, And again, this is the first game. These guys aren't at either midway peak season conditioning or even end of season conditioning. This is the first big game, and as we see number 2 Zaire Collin, I like to see him walk off underneath his own power here, but hopefully he'll get back out and get some good plays in here for the Hornets.
I tell you, like most athletes, they'll be the first guys to tell you they're disappointed in themselves when that something gives way in their particular physique that they can't continue. He's going to rest up, trying to get back on this field to help his teammates. That's just the way an athlete performs. And could just tell by sitting at the end of the bench, he's just not happy with himself right now. But that has really nothing to do with him. It has everything to do, like you say. They've had a very short window to prepare for this game.
Correct.
And in doing so, their head coach, by the way, and we didn't mention this at the start, but we had a moments of silent prayer for Torrance Taylor, their first season head coach, and he's in fact listed as interim coach for this game. He's lost his wife, passed away suddenly 2 weeks ago. So there was a moment of silence for her before this game started. But as you can see, there's a lot of subplots going on behind this team in their preparation to just physically get here today in San Antonio and play this game.
Well, great, and it's great that you bring that up, because I think it's honorable for us to think back to how do we even get here today. This started out as just an idea, folks, and here we are playing a full football game. But yeah, right. I mean, our thoughts and prayers go out to the entire Tennessee Hornets roster and team and coaches, and especially the head coach, Torrance Taylor, right there. Tragic loss off of that, but for both these teams, the sad part about losing anything is it can have an impact in your locker room. And for the Hornets, they'll get past this. It's the first game. They'll move through it, and they'll battle, because that's exactly what I'm sure Coach Taylor has coached them up to do.
All right, now we'll get play back underway with the Hornets taking over. First down at the 45-yard line. Arndt back to pass, looks right, goes left, has a receiver cutting back inside, just gets past the line of scrimmage for the reception, and that would be number 6. One of my favorites out there today, Wayne Ruby, who's been used quite extensively so far.
Got it. Number 7 is actually dual hat in here. They've got him listed as a tight end, but that's Davon Robinson. He's playing some D as well. Great job of reacting, spinning off of that. He read that pass from moment one, planted that right foot, got north-south, got in the backfield, made a good stop.
Now we got a single back in the backfield, slot left, slot right as well. Man in motion going right to left. Good pressure. Arndt was forced to get rid of that ball. I thought he did an excellent job, and he took a big hit. So much so, his helmet just got jarred loose.
Yeah, it did. So that popped off right there. He'll have to at least walk off for a play. But, yeah, he was hunted down. Watch this right here. Watch the quarterback. You got the blitzer from the DB. Just goes unblocked off the edge right there. If he came up, he pulled up on him there. I can't see it from that camera angle, but yeah, just a little floated there, trying to find number 24 on the underneath screen, Devontae Price at FIU. He's already got a couple catches here today. 6'2", 215, good size back out there for Arndt to try to dump it down to.
Now he's going to stay in the game because they say he pulled the helmet off. He wasn't knocked off, so they're going to let him stay in the game on 3rd down. Arndt again looks right, doesn't see anything. Fakes a pass, he's going to run with the ball. He's got a keeper. He's got a pick down, slides after picking up the first down. His first run of the game turns into a first down for the Toros. Arndt delivering the fact not only he can throw the ball, he can run with the ball as well.
6'4", 215 out of Western Kentucky. Heck yeah, pull the ball down and go. Look at him getting some moves as a QB, and then what I love most, he knows, hey, I don't want to take a hit. I shouldn't take a hit. I've got an option here. I slide. Great job by the quarterback for the Toros.
Especially after picking up the first down. So first down from the 40-yard line. Arndt with a quick pass out to the side. He's got his man out there. That, of course, is his running back, Devontae Price. Price trying to add to it. They're going to keep the clock rolling.
Devontae Price just showing his hands and versatility and speed. Look at the quickness. He's over here by the sideline, folks, playing and flirting with that. Look how many tackles he breaks up or busts out of. I counted 5 as he stuck his helmet down there and got himself down there for that extra yardage right there. I think we do have a Toro that was down on the field here, and I think they're going to stop play.
I think he was slow to get up. It looked like it was Ruby for a while. I thought got up a little slow. Cam Eccles.
Yeah, out of TCU, that's 6', 190. Looks like he got hurt over here on the sideline.
Oh, I see him down now. Yeah, I see him down now.
Mm-hmm. Now that they've got him out of the white stripe down there, they can resume play.
So here we go with 2nd down. Man in motion to the right out of the backfield. And there goes Arndt again. And met at the same time the ball gets there because it looked like they bring in somebody else at number 86, Austin Sameha.
Yeah, Sameha in there and coming in. Watch this pass here by just finding the tight end. Nice tight spiral, but watch this. Boom, at point of impact. Number 20, Ronte Dunbar, defensive back out of Johnson C. Smith, comes up and just lays the wood on the fill-in tight end coming in. That's Sameha, 6'2", 255. great. He's also a UTSA kid.
So it stays 3rd down and 1. Now under center for the first time is Arndt. Makes a nice handoff to Price. Quick burst of speed right up the middle. He's got a blocker in front of him. Does he cut back? He's forced out of bounds outside the 10, inside the 15. They say keep the clock running, and they do. But again, a great run by Devontae Price.
You see Price right there, and I'll tell you where all this started. It came onto a beautiful quarterback to running back exchange. That looked like about week 7 of any given sport out there. What nice exchange, but then 24 does what he does best. If that defense is over pursuing, little check down to 24, and he's going to bob and weave his way down there. Great job for him picking up those extra yards.
They're going to mark it at the 14-yard line, so they will be able to pick up a first down if they don't get into the end zone. So Arndt, again, had a slot left that time. He's looking across the middle. He's got his man open again.
Guess who?
Can he get into the end zone? And he's able to do that. Lance Lejean.
3rd touchdown in the air for that guy right there. Easy, big body to find. He's 6'2", 218, wide receiver, and that's the 3rd time that our QB for the San Antonio Toros, Will Arndt, has found him for a touchdown today. Look at this beautiful pass. Finds him. Easy, right over the middle, and then 15, big body. Look at that, moves, and then plants his foot, gets north-south, and that is 6 points, touchdown, Toros.
Yeah, for a big man, that one move he made right there at the end to get himself free and into the end zone was spectacular. So once again, Almendarez is trying to get this extra point going. He's missed 2 so far today. He does have 1 good field goal, and they say this extra point is good.
Okay.
That makes it 36-0. The San Antonio Toros are 3:52 to play. You're listening to San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media. And welcome back to Harlandale Memorial Stadium here in San Antonio, Texas. It has been all San Antonio Toros so far against the Tennessee Hornets. Now 36-0 with 3:52 to play here in the first half. Coming up at halftime, we'll visit with the president and one of the co-owners of the San Antonio Toros. That will be Mr. Josh Mayer, who will join us here in the broadcast booth. And Ken and I will also go over another set of rules for you to learn in Canadian football, which will be happening in the 4-quarter play. And they have a name for it. It's actually called the Continental Shift.
The Continental Shift. Stay tuned, folks. You're going to learn a lot about that.
The kick goes into the end zone. That will be important going forward as well, as he is able to bring it out and chop down as he gets inside the 20-yard line at about the 18. And that was number 19, Jacob Atkins.
Atkins off of that. He gets Isaiah Brooks. Got to call him out. He's a North Texas guy, 6'1", 225, number 17 for the Toros. Got him listed as a linebacker, but, you know, something interesting. He signed from the open tryouts right in the Toros. So if you ever thought that going to tryouts was, it's not worth it, hey, folks, he just showed you what can happen out of that. He signed right from a tryout. So, you know, that tells you important. He also plays trombone. Nice little interesting fact. I'd like to see him be in a marching band. That would be awesome to see that big body guy out there marching, huh?
Well, it was fun to watch Joe Evans, a big defensive tackle, out there singing the national anthem before the game.
An amazing voice, too.
All right, they're going to leave Hughley in the game as their quarterback. See if they can get something working here on this possession. So far, goose eggs for the Hornets. He's able to bob and weave his way on the quarterback draw to get past the 20-yard line. Looks like they'll mark it at the 23. We'll see where they put the chain.
I like the play of Isaiah Paul on that one for the Toros, number 33, combined with number 93, of course, Javier Edwards. But 33, Isaiah Paul out of Houston, 6'2", 230 linebacker. He was the first one who read off of that, and I like him. See him right there in the middle of the defense. He's going to call the defensive plays here on this side for the Toros, but he read that perfect. He saw that that was a quarterback draw all the way. That's his guy. He stepped up perfectly. He didn't make the tackle, but at least he disrupted the play enough to everybody else can come and clean it up.
All right. One back in the backfield along with Hughley. They say he picked up 2, so it's 2nd down and 8 with a man in motion in the backfield. And he'll keep again, and he will pick up some yards, but not many before he's swarmed in on the defense by the San Antonio Toros.
Yeah, he took a big pop by Giovanni Williams, number 10 for the Toros, coming in, and again, number 33 as well. This is some hard hitting right here, folks. Watch this. This is football at its best. There's pop one, boom, boom, boom.
It's like a car wreck.
Out here on 1604 and 35, somewhere in there. We've seen many of those. But, yeah, you got the Hornets right here. They're just getting banged up. And when I say banged up, in a good way. This is football. It is a violent sport, and these guys have been conditioning to play against an opponent like this. I can tell you, they're going to pin their ears back and get after you.
All right, 3rd down and 5. Let's see the time difference between the play clock and the 2-minute warning. It looks like they're going to let it roll all the way down to the 2-minute warning before they stop play.
Yep.
And that's exactly what will happen. We'll continue with San Antonio Toro football on United Football Media, with the Toros leading 36-0 here in the 2nd quarter.
Toro stands, concession stands, and merchandise stands are wide open.
How's it going, guys? I'm Ace, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about WeFunder. So let's answer that first question. What is WeFunder? WeFunder is an investment crowdsourcing platform that allows everyday people to invest in private companies they believe in. Instead of only major investors getting early access, WeFunder gives fans and supporters the chance to get involved too. That means through WeFunder, you're not just cheering us on from the sidelines, but you can become a part of our story. So in simple terms, you're investing to back us now. And once we hit our goals, your safe will turn into stocks, which will then grow in value as the Toros grow in value. These stocks you can hold on to as an owner of the Toros, or you can sell for a profit on WeFunder. This is just a part of the funding that helps us grow the right way. We've already raised more on WeFunder than any other American football team ever has in the company's history. That tells us one thing very clearly. People believe in what we're building in San Antonio. So what do you think? Are you ready to join the Stampede?
Welcome back to Harlandale Memorial Stadium. 2 minutes to play here in the first half. Just got down with a 2-minute warning. And now we're facing 3rd down for the Hornets. And when Conaway is down in the game, he's going to put it up. Short pass actually goes a little bit past the intended wide receiver. Luckily, it was not picked off. But I believe that's only the 2nd pass for Conaway today, who came in. They've tried just about everybody. They've tried Hughley, they tried Young, they tried Conaway. So far,
I don't think they're settling yet.
They haven't quite decided on who they're going to go with in the second half, but they have auditioned 3 different quarterbacks here. Remember, Young was the original guy intended to be the starting quarterback. And then at the second point, they were thinking about, well, we'll try Hughley after Hughley was actually the starting quarterback. Then they brought in Young, but they've been using a different variation of that with Conaway and sometimes putting, a wildcat formation together or direct snap.
Well,
so they're back to the punting formation again because it's 4th down and 5.
If it helps at all, I have my phone on. If they want to call me, I'll suit up. If you want me to try out,
I'd pass out after the first set of downs, especially in this heat.
I can get one pass in, just one.
I can't believe how hot it is in Texas in May, but it just gets burning hot pretty quick.
Ooh.
Trejo again with another boomer. I mean, this thing finally, is it going to roll? It will roll. Nobody's going to touch it, so there won't be any chance for return. Fakes as if he's going to go for it and rolls out of bounds at the 35-yard line, and that's where the Toros will take over and try and milk this clock into the end of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, another good booming kick, but man, that was almost a block kick back there as well. So again, special teams. We've had some close ones. We've had some interesting things. Yes, it's an offensive show so far for the Toros, up 36-0, 141 left in the second. But it's also you're trying to gel as a team. You're trying to get some of those weird moments that you're usually only going to see on special teams. You're trying to work those out in live and in a game. That's sometimes real tough for anybody to step in and do that.
And I know this sounds weird, but you want to kind of work this pattern right now and put your own 2-minute kind of
correct
play clock going in your head to see what you can do with this 2-minute offense. We'll see how it works out. Arndt fakes a pass. Now he's going to run with the ball. Decides to take a nice little slide. Loses it momentarily, but it's still Toros football. Short of the first down, so they'll go to the hurry-up offense, which we were talking about. It's now at the 41-yard line.
That's the smart play by Arndt right there, as he knows, hey, inbounds, get down, keep myself safe, keep the clock going.
Yep. 2nd down and 4 for Arndt and the San Antonio Toros. 3-man front is showing, so he's going to throw the ball. He picks up a nice grab. Shakes off the intended tackler, and look out, here he goes. You know who that is again.
Let's call him again. Alfonso Graham, number 19, 5'9", 180. Gosh, man, he plays bigger and faster, in my opinion, than that. Look at that, just an inside little curl route. Defensive back comes off. That's number 11 with the Stephon Brooks with the missed tackle. And then number 19 takes off to the races and shows you why it's dangerous leaving him open.
Yeah, that's so successful of a play call they have using the running back out of the backfield. Great two-handed catch, and he takes a pop in the first place. And he also picks up the first down, and that is Chris Carpenter.
It's going to happen right in your living room, folks. Watch this. Number 20 comes in and lays the wood. Boom. Great job by Ronte Dunbar playing that tight DB, physical DB, and coming up against that wide receiver. He's coming off gingerly off of that catch.
All right, not much time left. They're not going to call a timeout yet. And do they? They do, because we're down to 17 seconds. They really didn't have much of a choice. Play clock was reset. And Bedwell's going to come out and talk to him about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was trying to call a timeout earlier and is asking for more time back on the clock, but this is the case. They're trying to get on the scoreboard one more time at the 26-yard line to see if they can score again. Now, they do have the option, obviously, of calling a timeout after they pick up a gain here on this play and see if Almendarez can kick it again. He already has one field goal to his credit. We'll see if he can add another if they can't get into the end zone on this next 1 or 2 plays.
Yeah. Well, and again, sometimes football does not have to be hard. It can be an easy sport. If I'm an offensive coordinator for the Toros, we got 17 seconds left in the second quarter. We've already got a dude who's already hung 3 touchdowns on the day, and he's the wide receiver. I'd be looking for number 15, Lehendre. Get him and maybe right down a seam pass, maybe a 10, 12-second play, something like that. But that's your guy. That's your go-to guy. He's been balling out all afternoon with 3 touchdowns. I'd look for him in the offensive scheme coming out with this critical play coming up.
All right, we'll see what they call here. Coach Bedwell has had his team out there in the center of the field talking to them about this play. It's been called. Arndt's out there. Looks like they're going to also put Graham in the backfield, too. Remember, he's dangerous coming out of there.
Yeah, he is.
They have a slot left, a slot right, so they're going for the end zone on this play if they can protect Arndt. Here's a snap. Looks left. Got penetration. Dumps it off again to Graham. We'll see how many yards he can pick up. He does a smart thing and gets out of bounds. With, they say 20 seconds? Wow, that's all that came off the clock? 28 seconds is what I take it back. No, that says the end. How much time is left on the clock?
28 seconds down here.
28. Boy, I thought
flip
more
that
than
pass out there. Graham has already got a touchdown pass on the day.
You got time now to get back into the end zone again. You do. So 2nd down and 3. Graham's looking at a little gas in the backfield right now. He switches sides, but he is breathing heavy. This is where Arndt goes this time. Little sidearm pass. He's got a man open. Can he get into the end zone? Leaps up and in. It looks like a touchdown. Is it? Yay! He finally signals the touchdown. It took a while.
Kaylon Harris, that wide receiver out of Dallas, Texas, Oklahoma Baptist University. That guy got airborne on that one. He wanted that touchdown. Great job getting himself into that space. I like the fact that he's got a big body, and he's not afraid to get that out there. And I tell you, that's a good score here at the tail end of the second quarter for the Toros.
He's been dangerous on several levels here today, including on special teams and now as a wide receiver. And Kaylon Harris is able to get the Toros another huge advantage here. Now at 42-0. See if the extra point will be good. He struggled on a couple of these today so far, but he's responded well here late in the first half to see if Almendarez can put this one through the uprights. Kick is up, and it is good. So he's making amends for those two misses so far. And look at that.
Look at that.
He gives a nice lead of 43-0, which is seconds to play in the first half. We'll keep it here for the time being. We'll take our break a little bit later on, but we'll stay here for the time being with just 18 seconds left of the first half. Look at that replay.
Look at that right there.
That is so nice.
Great camera work by our camera folks that are down on the field right now. That was right in your living room. Touchdown.
On Luna. Also to the crew, Travis Butts, our director, Ivana Montez, James Oakes on camera, Jalen Wash, Jonathan Miranda. Excellent first half, ladies and gentlemen, for your effort.
We certainly appreciate it.
Mark Kusenberger, the voice of everything, in the booth with us today. So in case I faint or pass out, we have backup. And also, he's done a fine job on the stats because he's a lot better at that than any of us.
Any of us.
All right, the kick goes. Oh, it muffed it as it goes almost into the end zone, but he's able to recover not before he is brought down at the 12-yard line. Boy, that is just tough because once you muff it like that and you're trying to get some gas going, it's tough. And that was number 12 on the roster. That's Ratavius Thrasher. We've been looking for him all day for that name.
We have been trying to call that all day.
He's the backup quarterback, but now they're using him as a return artist. And the process, his name is one of my all-time favorites, Ratavius Thrasher.
Say that a few times. Say this name, too, for the Toros. Duran Hill, number 25 on special teams. He's listed as a linebacker, 6 foot 210 out of UTSA. He hails from Buda, Texas. He came out of Mary Hardin Baylor. That's how you play special teams. If you want to try to earn a roster spot and you're not already on the starter or the two deep, that's the fastest way you get to a starter is special teams. Great job, number 25 right there on that play.
They take over with 11 seconds to play here in the first half. They're on their own 13-yard line, pinned up against their own end zone right now. And I think if the wise move would be to kneel it out. And that's exactly what they do as the clock winds down here at the end of the first half. The San Antonio Toros dominating performance here in their preseason opener against the Tennessee Hornets by a score of 43-0. Coming up at halftime, a big treat for you. We'll visit with the president and co-owner of the San Antonio Toros, Josh Mayer. At the same time, we will attempt to explain the Continental shift to each and every one of us as we explain it to you when we come back at halftime here at Harlandale Memorial Stadium in San Antonio. This is San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
And welcome back to Harlandale Memorial Stadium. We are at halftime. The cheerleaders performing here in the middle of the Harlandale Memorial Stadium. And first of all, before we get further along here in just a minute, before we introduce you to our special guests, we'd like to send our sincere thanks out to the Harlandale Independent School District, their Board of Trustees, their athletic department, and all the people involved here today of allowing us to put this on here at this historic Harlandale Memorial Stadium, where it all began back in the 1960s for the San Antonio Toros. I'm pleased to welcome to the broadcast booth now the president and co-owner of the San Antonio Toros, Mr. Josh Mayer. And Josh, thank you very much for being with us. Appreciate it.
Hey, happy to be here. And it's Mr. Simmons. You're a legend here in San Antonio. We're very happy you're here. We appreciate it. You guys are doing an amazing job so far.
Thank you for having us out here. And Ken and I, thank you for being having the confidence in us to be able to pull this off for you, and also the Texas Sports Production folks here with Jay Riley. Mark Kusenberg also here, a veteran announcer as well, and we had the best, I think the best crew in the business as well, headed at our director tonight, Travis Butts. But anyway, let's just, first of all, I want to get your impressions of the first half, because this is a gee whiz moment to watch the execution, not just the offense has been able to do, but the defense here. And you were telling me you've had this team together since only Wednesday on the field.
Yeah, we reported on a Monday. Wednesday was the first practice. We had a little media day, so they've only been practicing together since Wednesday of this week. But, you know, we got professionals. We got professional coaches here. We got professional players here. And it's seamless. You know, the offense that Coach Bedwell is implementing and the defense that the legend Coach Jerry Glanville put together. You know, it'll get more complicated and deeper as the year goes on, but they got a great game plan so far.
Whenever you look at the first game of a preseason or a regular season, usually it's the defense that dominates early on because the offense still has to get the timing down. That has not been the case today. Will Arndt, a quarterback, has been nothing less than spectacular today, and his wide receiver, who's one of my favorites today already, has been Lance Lejean, who's been just unstoppable at that position. Obviously his favorite target so far in this blowout. But to me, the poise that Arndt has of taking his progression and doing it in less than 5 seconds to pick out the receiver he wants to fire to is nothing short to me of amazing in a very short period of time. It speaks volumes, I guess, of the people that you've decided to contract with coming and play football for you.
Yeah, you know, let's start with the big boys on the line. Let's give them a little love. They've given him all the time in the world that he needs, and then the execution has been amazing. The route running, the precision. You know, Will he came in, you know, I'll give you a little behind the scenes. He started orchestrating on-the-field activities, but non-team on-the-field activities that almost immediately when he came on board, reaching out to players, getting them on the field, starting to run drills. He was in the implementation room when the coaches were building this offensive playbook from the ground up. So he's got very, very much the intimate knowledge that he needs to do it. Plus, he's already been working on the rapport, not only in practice, but even before practice. So you can definitely see it paying off today.
I've just, again, nothing short of amazing. You mentioned the big fellas up front. One of the things I saw at Media Day is when Colby Tucker walked in, And I actually looked at Will. I went, that's the guy I want playing left tackle.
Yes,
that's
sir.
the guy. I don't care what happens. He's got my back. I mean, he's 6'9", 330 pounds.
Yeah, my rule was make sure he gets off the bus first on every road game. That's my rule. But yeah, what an amazing
show the
talent.
intimidation,
yes,
right?
Yes, sir. What an amazing talent he has.
By the way, that's our small guy.
Exactly.
Wait to see the big guy.
Exactly.
Well, then you got as a backup Jaleel Davis, which is 6'7". He's no shorty in size, and then Andrew Devine up front, Jeremiah Frazier, Joe, and say his last name for me so I don't butcher.
Tasasi. Sorry.
Tasasi. All right, Tasasi. Just make sure we pronounce
yeah.
it. Tasasi, Weedman, and of course Oscar Cardenas and Demetrius. I mean, all these guys have the size and the skill to protect Will, and then the great running down to the backfield using the running back as an eligible receiver out there. That's just pure genius.
Yeah, and you know, our offensive line would have been a little bit better, but one of our guys got picked up by the Birmingham Stallions with the UFL earlier this week. So congratulations to him. We're pulling for him. But yeah, we have a great line and great talent, great skill. It's amazing. It's kind of surreal to sit here and kind of watch. We got pro football in San Antonio, and I helped in some small way.
Well, let's talk about your ownership group, because it's very diverse, but at the same time, it includes a lot of folks who are born and raised here in San Antonio as well.
Sure, that's a guiding principle. You know, when we started this thing, it was about San Antonio and about professional sports here in San Antonio, and San Antonio is the biggest small city you'll ever run into. It's 6th largest city in the country now at this point, and we just needed locals to get involved and to make this thing happen. And you have to have a love, not only for football, but a love for the community and the city that you live in. And you can't do this if you're doing it for anything other than your community and support, because it's pretty hard and it's pretty stressful, I'm not going to lie, but the reward, what we're watching here today, there was a line, Greg, to get in here today.
That's great news.
And I'm just ecstatic, so it's amazing.
Picked the perfect day. We honor our veterans, servicemen and servicewomen here on Memorial Day for the sacrifices that they have made to keep our country safe and free. I thought Joe Evans did a fantastic job of singing the national anthem. I mean, this is a big guy, defensive tackle, coming out there and belting it out. Did a fantastic job. I'd also like to mention the VFW post that was out there as well this morning to give us the presentation of the colors, and that was VFW post 837. So thanks to them for getting that job done as well, to honor the veterans out there. Give me your vision, because this is the Continental Football League. This is what we're going with. This is the 4-team South Division, a 3-team right now North Division. They'll have to play some other folks as well, obviously, going forward. But that said, what is your vision here for this football team?
Well, the first vision was to get to today, so we made it.
There you go.
We made it. The next vision is to get to July 11th and get to the playoffs. And then after that, the following vision is to continue growing and compounding what we've built here. We have 92 now currently at the moment. Last I checked, right before kickoff, 90 public ownership and investors. And some of them are as far away as Italy. We got a fan group and an investor from Italy that just loves American football, and he's doing watch parties right now. So if he's listening to this, I know he's watching on YouTube and checking it out. So we appreciate that. But we've already got a worldwide presence. But also San Antonio, we want fans, to own the team. Not, fans always get ownership, whether it's an emotional or a mental ownership. We're taking that also and moving it to the next level, where you will actually get stocks within the company. We're a publicly traded LLC. We're almost done going through that process, and it's just amazing. And it's everyday man's opportunity to own a professional sports team. And I'm just a regular guy like anybody else. The opportunity presented itself, and I was just crazy enough to snag it up. So here we are. But yeah, that's the vision: community ownership, living and breathing San Antonio. And then a side piece of that, Greg, that we haven't talked too much about publicly, as part of our investment deck that we have out there, we are planning on starting D1 type training facilities in and around San Antonio. And the vision of that is we have professional athletes and professional coaches here. We're going to win a championship. I'm going to put it out there now. I hope Texas Syndicate's listening. I'll go ahead and put it on the record.
Because their big win last night, 53-0, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're coming. But then we want to be able to, take that into the community and hopefully make it to where those kids and those families that have the dreams and aspirations to go into high-level college football, or any level of college football for that matter, in professional football. Give them an opportunity to work with some of the great people we have on staff in and around the area, and keep it as true to San Antonio as we can. So we'll have more of that coming out later on. I'm focused on getting to game 1 and getting to the playoffs, and then after that there'll be a lot more activity. So we're here, we're in the community, Greg. That's the biggest thing. We don't have a CEO in Arlington, Orlando, Florida, telling us what to do and what not to do. I have my other 3 partners, Ace. He likes to be called Ace.
Yes.
My boy Robert and James Kreiner. So it's just one of those things where that's it. That's my span of control and agreeance that we have to decide on things and move forward. And it's just been amazing working with them.
Well, we have to make you some more money right now. We have to take a break. So thanks for being with us up here in the booth. We appreciate that. Josh and the ownership group have put together quite the football team. It would be well advised if you get the next home game and come out and see what they've been able to put together. Thank you, Josh, for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll take a break with the San Antonio Toros with a very dominating lead here in the first half, 43-0. Back after this.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities, call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
At Texas Sports Productions, we feel every family should be able to watch their kids play free of charge. That's why we stream high school football, volleyball, basketball, baseball, softball, and soccer all across Texas, so no family member or friend ever has to miss a game.
Keeping high school sports free requires a team. When you sponsor TSP, you're not just supporting student athletes.
You're putting your brand in front of hundreds of thousands of passionate local fans.
It's high-impact advertising with a powerful purpose.
The best high school football coverage can only be found on Texas Sports Productions, on the app, streaming, and on TV. Your favorite high school sports only on Texas Sports Productions, each and every week for free.
San Antonio, it's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles, concussions, or even broken bones. And you see this happening in real time. But what you might not see is what happens behind the scenes. I send all my players to complete care because I know that they will be seen immediately, they will be diagnosed properly, and they'll be treated quickly so that we can get them back on the field fast. We look forward to an amazing season. We hope you come out and catch all the action. And if you have a little too much action for yourself, go to complete care.
We are back. We've seen some great football so far, Ken, and if you don't mind, show us a few of those highlights that are just the kind of gee-whiz moments for Toro fans.
Yeah, we got 43 points worth of highlights here. First one coming in the air. You're going to hear me say that quite a bit. Getting to the outside, finding his big target, number 88, over there for the Toros, Demetrius Semetsis. He's got a big body. Watch this again. Another beautiful spiral right up to the top side. Beat the outside receiver. That was touchdown number 1 for Lehendre. He's got a couple of more, Greg. He's got 2 more, matter of fact. We'll see here in a second. But that is a big body receiver getting out there for the Toros. When I say big body, 6'2", 218. And you'll see number 8 back up here right here. Again, 6'4", 215 quarterback, finding right over the middle. Beautiful one-handed catch to what I'll say is his favorite tight end receiver. And you can see exactly why. He's got hands, he's got a big body, and he likes to get right down the middle. And then back to number 15. This one almost came right in your living room, folks, as the camera pans back in. That 2-back set that we saw the Toros go to provide that protection for Arndt, whose the ball is getting out in 2 or 3 seconds. And then that's the result. Touchdown number 2 for Lehendre, that 6'2", 218 receiver. He has been hot all day long, and he's got 3 touchdowns to show for it, and we're just coming out for the second half and warming up. And again, another quick pass by Arndt to the outside, this time finding Cam Eccles-Looper, the 6', 190 receiver, speedy receiver out of TCU, finding some yardage, extra yardage right there for number 11. And then number 8 Arndt, finding that corner. Look at this. Another one right there. Good defense by the Hornets. That was the shutdown one that we had talked about, that we were battling out there in a man-to-man situation with the big body number 6, Wayne Ruby. We called his name several times, that 6'1", 190 out of Mount Union. But look at the stout defense that the Toros have been bringing all day long. Rarely have we seen single tackles, solo tackles that defenders love to have. This time, I think the entire Toros team have been coached up by that defensive staff led by Coach Glanville, and it's swarm defense. He wants 2, 3, if not 4 bodies down there making stops. And then we're back on special teams. Watch this punt return by the speedster Harris out of Oklahoma Baptist. He's got wheels. He keeps himself alive. He fights. He battles. He gets inside the 20. And then watch number 19 here. Flare out pass. Arndt finds him wide open. Watch this little walkie walk right in. Number 19 for his touchdown pass. That's Graham on the day. And then Arndt wasn't done yet. He flips it back down, and watch this. This is going to be close right here. This is hard-nosed balling right here. Taking a shot up in the air, takes another shot, and gets it in for the touchdown. Off of that, in the corner side right there. That was the Harris touchdown over there. Wasn't quite sure yet. We were waiting for the call, and then yes. Touchdown Toros. That one was a beautiful outside pass floating up in the air. And folks, that's where we're sitting, 43-0 as we start the third quarter here at beautiful Memorial Stadium at Harlandale ISD.
All right, in the final minute here, let's talk about this Continental shift and things you will see here in the fourth quarter. 3 downs instead of 4 to achieve a first down. 20-second clock instead of 40-second play clock. Full Canadian motion allows the receivers to sprint towards the line of scrimmage before they snap the ball. Defensive spacing. Defense must line up 1 yard off the line of scrimmage, and special needs change. The Rouge, of course, awards the kicking team 1 point if the kick exits the end zone untouched and punched through the uprights are 2 points. No fair catch, even though there's a 5-yard halo around the intended kick returner. So that kind of gives you an idea of what you're faced with in this fourth quarter. You think it's been fast so far. Wait till this fourth quarter hit, because it's going to turn on the afterburners.
And for the Toros coming in off of this high, I mean, again, when you can come right out of the gate and hang 43 points on your opponent, that's pretty special right there. But they're going to come out with their ears pinned back. We got a whole second half here of Toros football.
It's good to be different. deliciously different.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
And welcome back to Harlandale Memorial Stadium. Greg Simmons, along with Ken Lucas, and the entire broadcast crew of Texas Sports Productions coming to you from beautiful Harlandale Memorial Stadium, historic Harlandale Memorial Stadium here in San Antonio, Texas, for the preseason game between the Hornets and the Toros here, getting ready for the second half kickoff, because remember, the Hornets deferred after winning the coin toss and now receive to start the second half and try and get their first points on the board before much longer in this game. Down 43-0.
Yeah, that's a challenging halftime adjustment there when you're trying to get out of a hole of 43-0. But for the Hornets right here, it's a whole new second half. Here we go.
Coming from 2 yards deep into the end zone, trying to pick up a head of steam, and he is met by the opposing train wreck.
Yeah.
And in the process, he's still able to hang onto the ball. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it, but that's my favorite name on the team, Ratavius Thrasher, who just got thrashed.
And thrashed by number 25, Duran Hill. That was a train collision out there. Great job by Hill, just dropping. Again, that's the second time we've seen him come with a full head of steam on special teams and make a big drop right there for the Toros.
Got it out to the 20 after taking it 2 yards deep in the end zone. And what's the amazing stat in the first half we just showed by Mark? I believe he said 14 total yards of offense. Is that right?
Yep,
for the Hornets in that first
14 total.
Half? That's a credit to the defense of the San Antonio Toros.
Sometimes it just comes down to yardage. Right now, they haven't crossed their own 47 yet. I think they're looking to do it, but you got to do it with the right guys. You see the last guy come out there, they're still just trying to get their offense squared away.
Yeah, again, two backs in the backfield along their quarterback. They've gone back to Hughley again. Oh, I take that back. There's Conaway, who has had trouble throwing the ball here because of the pressure. That time has to deliver the quick pass, but it goes into the dirt for the incompletion.
You'll see he was just taking a one, maybe two-step drop. Ball was just a little off. It was a two-step drop right there, trying to get it to that outside receiver who's just kind of squatting for an outside screen, trying to find, I think that was number 0, Sakari Morrison. They've got him listed as a linebacker. Now they've got him split out there as a wide receiver as well.
So it'll be second down again and 10. That pressure coming from both sides of the ball at the defensive line. And give credit when you have McCaney down there, Edwards, Evans, Ibrahim, all of them have been able to put all that pressure. And sometimes they're showing 5 down linemen like they are now.
Right now, yeah. That's the beauty of this the flex defense that, we've seen throughout, not only high school but college. And it gives you max pressure, and you can disguise it accordingly.
It has 7 down linemen now just chomping at the bit. Snap is high. He had no other choice. There was no way he couldn't get that up, because had he hung on to that ball much longer, that would have been a safety.
That was the pursuing defense. Everybody knew it. I think everybody in the stadium could have called that was going to be an all-out kitchen sink blitz right there against them. And sure enough, the Toros pull it off perfectly and start a get the Hornets off their kilter a little bit. I'd like to see the Hornets. I like the fact they're trying to do it in the air. But, if you're going to come out in those spread formations, don't forget you got some gaps on the inside. Check that thing down and see what your running back can do.
Well, now they're faced with, again, a 3rd down and 10 situation. They're at their own 20. They still have Conaway in at quarterback. They've tried 3 different quarterbacks so far. No success. He does have the quick pass, but now they're going to go with a halfback pass as well to see if they can catch him off guard and just off the shoulder pads on single coverage.
Great job by 13 for the Toros. Coming in, that's Isaiah Green, that DB 6 foot 190 out of Campbell. Just absolutely shutting down that outside of Josh Delgado out of Oregon. Look at that. I mean, it was a double pass. Toros kind of got off of that. That's fine. They were playing perimeter, if anything. But that is beautiful, man-to-man. Last minute, get that hand right up in between the receiver's hands. Strip that ball out there. Toros, great pass breakup.
I thought that was a great play call, by the way, by the Hornets, because they've had so much trouble trying to get anything going, and they had so much pressure coming from that defensive line, sometimes stacked with 6 or 7 players. I thought that was actually a good call to kind of get the ball away from that kind of drama and try and get it downfield. Good call, but unfortunately not executed.
Well, and if you could have more time back there as a QB, I'd be starting to look for maybe some outside screens or even some underneath stuff. Take advantage of the fact Toros are pinning their ears back and coming after them.
Got it. Keelan Harris has it at his own 33-yard line, trying to bring it back again. He's got a nice block. He breaks it down to the 30. He's down to the stutter step of the 25. He breaks free inside the 15, down to the 10-yard line. Another fantastic run by number 9, Keelan Harris.
I'm telling you, his punt return, kick return skill sets are immeasurable. It comes from the top side, folks, on the far side of the field, way out there by the numbers. Look at the speed to not only get across, but get the perfect angle off to the outside, then stutter steps his way down here, but then watch at the tail end. Doesn't give up. Still fighting. Tripped up at the tail end, and it looks like the ball was down at least at the 5 initially right there. Great return and special teams play by the Toros.
Giving him a 60-yard return credit that time. That has been his biggest return so far today. He has, remember, made a touchdown as well. So this has just been incredible. Now they're going to move it up to the 6-yard line here at the last second, but nonetheless, fantastic return.
If I saw correctly, I think the white hat just said that somebody was ejected. Somebody got ejected because he did the sign for ejection. I didn't hear a number, or did I see anything?
And we don't see anybody going to the locker room, because if you're ejected, usually you have to go right to the locker room.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody doing that walk of shame that you would have to do.
And here at Harlandale Memorial Stadium, it's a long walk.
It's a long walk.
The locker rooms are far on the south side of the stadium. Both of them are. So now the white hat, who is, by the way, Jim Van Geffen, and he's discussing the situation right now with their head coach, who is Torrance Taylor.
And I'm looking. I'm interested and curious now of exactly what happened off of that for that. I didn't see flags flying all over the place, which
never
would
saw
typically.
Never saw a flag, and didn't see. I mean, they haven't moved the ball from where it's located, which is at the 6. So the penalty, you would assume the ejection would be against the Hornets.
I guess at this point, that's the only thing I can think of.
Wait and see as they sort it out. But
now they're backing the ball up.
All right, now it's a different call. Now it is going to go.
Now it is against the Toros.
Now here comes Geffen across the field to talk to Bedwell. Try and fill him in on what's going on.
We need to get a step counter on Geffen off. He might be running back and forth between the head coaches explaining it here.
Well, whatever the explanation was, he's accepted it because they're going to move the ball back and erase that great return by Harris. They're going to put it all the way back to the 45-yard line. So that's must have been where the penalty occurred.
That had to have been right there at that spot.
And then before he was able to get all the way down to the 5-yard line. So that's where the ball will be backed up to. And the Toros still have the ball. It is 1st down and 10.
Okay. Let's get back to football. I mean, we've been trying to analyze this.
Well, I will say the good news is there was a flag thrown, and it was thrown by the lead referee, Jim Van Geffen, because they just gave it back to him. So at some point he threw it and it was on the ground, but I think we were also focused on the fact that Harris is doing such a great job of returning, we didn't see the flag on the field. But anyway, Toros ball, first down and 10.
We got Nate Hayden in as the quarterback for the Toros.
So he's their backup quarterback, and they give him some reps here, see how he does. Good story about Nate Hayden. And by the way, he's able to complete that pass, get down inside the end zone.
Guess
Does
what?
he have a guy? Is it Henry to be able to get in the end zone? He's able to do that. His first pass as a Toro turns into a touchdown to the guy who's caught them all today.
Absolutely. 4 touchdown passes for Henry, and coming from the backup, Nate Hayden, 6'2", 215 coming out of the Southeastern University in Florida. He's got some semi-pro experience. That one right there is exactly why you want a seasoned quarterback. Come in, fill in for the starter, and you get a TD. Well done, Nate Hayden, hooking up with that open wide receiver who has been hot all day, LeHenry.
And guess what he does when he's not playing football? He is coaching football as a quarterback's and assistant coach at Warren High School.
That's right.
And here is a snap. Amenderes puts it down. Let's see if this is going to be good. And he's making amends again for those 2 missed extra points by making it a cool 50-0 lead with 13:59 left to play here in the third quarter. We'll keep it here. But again, the penalty moved the ball back from the 5-yard line to the 45. Nate comes in and treats it like, oh, it's just another 5-yard touchdown.
Just another one.
Finds the favorite wide receiver for all touchdowns today and is able to score and get the Toros on the board first in the second half after they were leading by a score of 43-0 at the end of the first half.
And that's how you step in as a QB. You come in right behind your starter who's got you, points, took you all the way through the first half. We're 13 minutes, 59 seconds into the third quarter. You come in, 1 pass, 1 touchdown. Great job by Nate Hayden to step up and get that touchdown for the Toros. Interesting.
Mark Kusenberger and his crew called a game last night at 53-0. I believe we're going to top you today. We'll just see. We'll see if we can hold the goose egg for you. See what happens. Third touchdown and lasting less than 60 seconds. That is incredible. Thanks, Mark.
That's incredible right there. That's amazing stuff. And you talk about interesting little fact about our touchdown machine, number 15, LeHenry. He was in the Netflix documentary QB1 Beyond the Lights back in 2019. So he's used to being underneath the lights.
Oh, they just meet him right there as he tries to cross the 15, and they have to blow the whistle just to save him from himself because he was going to try. He was trying to get in there. That was Jacob Atkins out of Mississippi Valley State, who's just trying to fight his way through, and it's just not worth the effort, buddy. Let's blow the whistle, live to play another day.
Yeah, and those 2 guys right there, number 25 and 54 for the Toros, that's Duran Hill. We've already talked about him from UTSA, and then wrapped up there by his partner, number 45, out of Arizona, Salahuddin. Those 2 guys right there on special teams have been down there before every other Toro so far on the kick returns. That's how you want your kick return team to be blitzing down the field and stopping the runner.
All right, now they're going to pick it up in this next possession here at the 19-yard line, first down and 10 for the Hornets. Let's see if they keep Conway in at quarterback, and it looks like they are. He has a single back in the backfield. He's got a slot left to go.
I think they're missing a body.
And now they've got to get one more on the play. Let's see what the play. Oh, plenty of time on the play clock, down to 17. So he'll have to learn the play from Conway, which he does now. And now he'll go into the slot on the right.
Looked a little short.
He's calling the play but looking to his left because it looks like he wants somebody in motion. No one moves, so he continues to play count, and he's going to keep on this play. Big mistake, because look who's there to snap him up. Jesse's able to get across. Kriovani Johnson.
He's a UTSA ball player, number 92. Big body out there for the Toros. 6'1", 295. He's going to come out of the bottom of your screen. Watch number 92. Stay at home. Finds the back, closes in on him, wraps him up. That is a big body guy out there doing big body things. I like to see him play like he's done so far.
And he gets a tackle for a loss on that, so loses 2 yards. So it'll be second down and 12 as they push the ball back. They really haven't been able to get much going. Trying to attack the defense for the Toros in the middle has not worked out. Trying to pass the ball for mostly short passes has not worked out. They did try the halfback option, which went downfield pretty far, but again, it was a little short on the play and they're able to defend it.
Where I'll tell you, for me, just quickly assessing the huge difference between the offense at this point, I'm going to say it's the offensive line. Right now for the Toro, ball's on deck.
Ball's on there. And he's able to fall on it and prevent the turnover. And lucky for him, he was able to get in there. That was number 7, Davion Robinson. He's their tight end who's able to fall down on it to keep it from going anywhere else.
It's that battle in the trenches, though. It's that offensive line. And I think right now the Toros have established themselves with being able to protect at least for that 3 to 5 second count for the quarterback to take that 2, 3, maybe 5-step drop and get rid of the ball. There's where I think the big difference between these two offenses so far in this game is the domination up front by the Toros and that big offensive line to be able to manage and allow their quarterback to look down the field, not be worried about somebody blitzing.
And loses another 3 yards, so now it's 3rd down and 15 for the Hornets, trying to get some type of offense going here in the 3rd quarter. Facing a very large deficit to try and bounce back from. Conaway again, quick pass out of the side, got a blocker in front of him, but another swarm of Toros, and he goes nowhere. In fact, loses another couple of yards in the process.
Led by number 27, Matthew Littlejohn, that DB, 5'11", 195 out of UTEP. He has really established his presence on the defense, especially on the outside. He's a local guy right out of Stevens High School. He's got impressive stats coming out of JUCO. He was the cornerback. He was the number 11 JUCO cornerback in the nation. So he knows how to ball out on that defensive side. For him right now, just coming up and not only doing it at Stevens High School, he also did it at Citrus College and then on to Cal. So he's used to the big stage, and he certainly showed it right there. And he's been doing it all afternoon from that safety spot.
Boy, poor Keandre Dale, the frustration just showing because he was the guy the ball picked up on, and he had the blocker in front, but just got sheared off immediately and thrown back. He's got his hands on his hips, and you can just tell there's just a lot of frustration. They want to get something going, but now they're going to be punting out of their own end zone to see how far this gets. Remember, Trejo is an excellent punter, so he can actually put the ball past the 50-yard line coming out of the end zone, but watch the rush here to see if they get pressure on him. None at all.
Another booming punt.
Look at this. It backs him up down to the 35-yard line. That's an incredible punt. And now let's see about the return. We've seen this before, haven't we? Look at this. Down inside the 20, cuts back to the inside and into the end zone for the return is big number 5, Chris Carpenter.
Carpenter, Alabama A&M, number 5. He also a UTSA guy. That's our man. He's seen him on kick return. Now you've seen him on punt return. Touchdown, 65-yard return right there. He's used to going downtown and getting the points for UTSA. This time, he's hanging it in special teams with the Toros.
Picks up where he left off for the Roadrunners and now puts 56 points on the board. 56-0, 9:35 to play in the 3rd quarter. You know, I don't know if I can stand the 4th quarter if we go to Canadian football rules because this has already been pretty fasted up.
Yeah, it's been fast-paced.
Now we're going to put steroids in it and really speed it up.
Well, and I like the fact that even as we see the Toros right here are going to go for this, the more points. They're 56-0, folks. So it's not like they're giving up. I mean, the Hornets are still trying to battle this thing out. These are athletes. They're not just going to roll over and give up on this kind of game right here. But this one is definitely a nail in the coffin for the Hornets at 57-0. And we still got 9:35 left in the 3rd quarter.
All right, we'll take a break. 9:35 to play in the 3rd period. 4 quarters still to come. More Toros football after this.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418.
Don't want that old car but don't know what to do? Call Pick and Pull and turn that old car into cash. We buy more because we pay more, running or not, and we'll pick it up free. Pick and Pull has the largest inventory in South Texas with over 4,500 parts cars, so we need to buy. Go to pickandpullsa.com for more details. Pick and Pull. We buy more because we pay more.
More to pick, less pull from your budget. Now that's Pick and Pull.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
And so welcome back. San Antonio Toros leading 57-0. 9:35 to play in the third quarter. Greg Simmons along with Ken Lucas and a whole host of Texas sports production people up here producing this game for you. United Football Media. And we can't thank you enough for joining us on our preseason and season opener, if you will, for the San Antonio Toros rebirth in the Alamo City here at Harlandale Memorial Stadium. By the way, located directly next to the historic Stinson Airfield. So we've been watching a few planes land and take off as we watch the Toros fly away with this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, planes flying, Toros flying. The only thing that's not flying are the Hornets so far. They really can't get anything going at all on offense or defense at this point. But, you know, again, hey, this is, you know, game one, structure or not, each of these teams are going to grow immensely from this game because, yeah, you can practice, and practice is only going to get you so far. You know, ultimately, you got to get out here and play ball against an opponent who doesn't want you to score and doesn't want you to complete that pass, etc. So, as you can see right here, next to Stinson Field, looks like November 9409 Lima.
You're now famous.
There you're famous.
Looks like it's 172 on final.
Might want to grease this landing right here. And
you'll duck behind the trees so we won't be able to see it.
Yeah, we won't be able to critique too hard.
We're going to trust you do grease it.
Toros have outscored the Hornets 14-0 in the second half. One play for scrimmage. Wow.
That's
one play from scrimmage is impressive.
We call that offensive efficiency.
Yes. One play and off.
Here's the kick. The Hornets receive, trying to get something to happen, getting past the 20-yard line. But that seems to have been the barrier here on their special teams. They're trying to get past that 20-yard line. They haven't been able to do it. We do have one player down for the Toros holding his left knee. Now, one thing that's important going forward here as they take a look at this player is who's going to stay, who's going to be cut here for the Toros. I believe they're carrying the roster right now at 51. They have to be down to 40 or 41 here in the before the regular season begins, which is obviously next week. So a lot of this final time here in the third quarter and, of course, going forward in the fourth quarter is going to be to evaluating of who you keep and who you have to cut. And that's a hard decision to make because everybody has performed well today. As they take a look at one young man still down on the ground.
Well, yeah, and I mean, when you've got your starters kind of set and your starters have been able to perform like the Toros have done all afternoon so far, you know, hanging 57 points on offense, defense has really stepped up and shut the Hornets down, giving them zero options anywhere. I think that's the hardest part for any coaching staff out there is, you know, You've grown with these great men that you're out here playing this game with. You've established the relationships, but you know, at the end of the day, it's a business. You know, you can only carry so many, and if you're only going to carry 41 off of 51, that means 10 folks. 10 of these guys out here that are busting their chops trying to make this thing happen, trying to live their dreams of, you know, continuing to play ball at the next high semi-pro level or even back up to a pro level. You know, that's the hard part. And for any coaching staff out there, you know, I don't look forward, I don't envy them at all in the next coming week or so when they got to start paring down and you got to let 10 guys go. That's tough.
Markel Roby was the injured player. He gets up, leaves under his own power. But the one thing that really impressed me was the head coach of the Hornets was out there encouraging as well.
Yeah.
That was Torrance Taylor along with Bidwell who was out there checking on his player. But I just thought that was heck of a classy sportsmanship move as you just saw him shake hands with Jim Van Geffen, the lead referee, out there to offer his encouragement, if you will, after the player went down on that play.
Yeah, I like that. Well, and at the end of the day, these are all coaches. They know it. they know these players. Yeah, you can get hyped up and trying to go, it's the opponent. We're here to win, etc. But at the end of the day, a lot of these guys know each other. They've been in the same kind of circles, either in high school or college. I mean, we've got probably 5 or 6 or 7 athletes on the San Antonio Toros roster alone who have played with each other at various levels. So, they know each other. They're usually, good friends, etc., stay in touch. So, yeah, I mean, even though you're playing against each other, this is a competitive sport, and I just love the fact we're calling football here in May.
Coming out of the kick, we're now at the 23-yard line. First down and 10 for the Hornets. Check a look at the backfield. Once again, Conaway is still in the game at quarterback. Single back at the backfield, slot right and slot left. And here we go. Quick pass again, trying to just get the ball out of his hands as quickly as humanly possible. Try and set up something on the outside to get the offense clicking here. Second down and 10 now going forward.
Yeah, quick little screen, trying to find Sakari Morrison, out there in that open space. We've called him several times. We've mentioned that, he's listed as a linebacker. Obviously, he's got hands. They're putting him out there at wide receiver and splitting him out by the numbers. But I like that. Hey, if the Toros are pinning their ears back, getting those horns back, and they're coming at you, hey, get the ball out of that quarterback's hand as fast as you can. Try to find that open receiver. That time trying to find Morrison out there beyond the numbers.
Well, in fact, you're only carrying 32 players into this game. You have to be versatile if you're going to be on this team. So you're going to have to be able to play a lot of different positions on both offense and defense. Second and 10. Seems to be some movement before the snap was made. We'll see who they call it on to be a legal procedure against the Hornets. So they'll push it back on the false start.
Get them off on that right side, just the timing, snap count, timing, voice inflection, all those things that we take for advantage. We take advantage of it, mid-season, et cetera, that, hey, everybody should know the snap count. Everybody's going to stick to the snap count, et cetera. Hey, I'm going to give some credit to these guys, who've only been really kind of playing together as a team for 1, 2, maybe 3 weeks tops. So getting the little finer things, that'll come throughout the season. It's a little rough start here on the first game.
Well, and keep in mind, they've rotated 3 different quarterbacks. So different quarterbacks mean different cadence every time. So that's tough for just everybody to listen to and react to.
Correct.
That double slot on the left side. That is a forward pass. I'm sure they're going to rule it.
Yeah.
And it dropped out of the trailer. He was trying to find the running back in the backfield who's lined up just off the line to see if he could get something going on that, but he didn't have a blocker in front of him. That was not going to work out well. I think the one thing that I would think of going forward here, if you're going to go for a screen on the outside, set it up with a back in front. Now, as a defense, I'm going to be attracted to that formation because I'm going to say, well, I think they're going to go there because they do have a blocker in front, but might try that on both sides of the ball, which, by the way, they are on the left side this time.
They are setting up the left.
They are setting up for the left, and they have a slot left too. See if that works. That's exactly what they were trying to do. They were trying to get some blockers out in front, and that was the general idea. But again, the pressure he's getting from that right side, Conaway, he's not having much time to throw the ball. He's got to get it up if he wants to give his back a chance to do something with that ball.
Absolutely. I mean, you got number 6, Nehemiah Martinez. He was out there in that flat. You called it, Greg, perfectly. They're just trying to take advantage of, hey, get the ball out in space, make the Toros run. And if you can do that, great. Well, the problem is you got your perfect play. You got the perfect setup. You got the perfect athletes. But the Toros are pinning their back, and they're getting that penetration either from that outside strong side or from the back side, which was the case in that play right there. And they're just putting too much pressure on the quarterback. And when a quarterback drops his eyes down and he's focused on who's tackling him, he's certainly not looking at who he can throw to.
Yep, 4th and 16 now. Trejo will kick. Harris will be the punt returner, and we've seen what he can do with the ball, and so have the Hornets. So they will be more than ready for this. Let's see how far Trejo is able to kick it this time. He's not in his own end zone. He's standing at about the 3-yard line. Man, what a leg.
Another booming punt.
He's calling for a fair catch, believe it or not.
He did.
And I don't blame him because the gunner had beat his man on that play. So the special teams that time for the Tennessee Hornets was spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting downfield quick and fast, shutting down those options. That's what you want to see on special teams.
Back with San Antonio Toros football against the Tennessee Hornets on United Football Media after this.
San Antonio, it's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
Tastes good to be different.
Big Red, deliciously different.
Back we go. San Antonio Toros take possession now with 5:15 to play in the third quarter, just ahead of the Continental ship. Get ready in the fourth quarter. They take over at the 25-yard line, first down and 10.
Oh.
New quarterback in as well, as you just saw, shaking off that play, getting into the outside. Eccles, I should say, is the quarterback now, and he does a great job on his first pass as a San Antonio Toro and is able to complete it to Keelan Harris, and he picks up the first down and a little bit more at the 45-yard line.
Watch this little flip out, a little easy pass right there. I like the fact you're just setting your quarterbacks up for success. Easy little pitch catches. Get it out there to the speedster, number 9. Get him out in open space. I like that play call.
They got 3 in the backfield now. Coming back again. They've changed quarterbacks again, they have. And that is number 18, Obi.
He's still going.
And he's gone into the end zone for the touchdown. Did they stop him anywhere up? I don't see any.
I'm not
I
seeing
see a hat on the ground. I don't see a flag on the ground. That is a touchdown.
Goodness, he tight roped that one. I'm about to tell you.
I thought he was stepped out of bounds at first, but
I'm looking back here, and I'm not seeing anything down, so this is legit, folks. This is going to be right at the bottom of your screen. Watch number 2.
Nice little screen set on the outside. Got a nice little blocker downfield. Cuts to the outside, Ken. You take it from there. Oh,
that's close. They don't have replay on this.
That's where I thought he had stepped out. But they say it's a touchdown.
They say it's a touchdown, and he walked that one in.
And our director, Travis Butt, says the guy right there standing in front of him, the cameraman, said he stayed in bounds.
I love that.
That's where I thought he had stepped out. That's why I stopped for just a moment, but that wasn't the case. He was able to get into the end zone off another new quarterback in the same process, and Almendarez is able to kick the extra point is good, and now that lead balloons to 64-0 with 3:54 to play in the third quarter. We'll just keep it here for the time being, and just unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that again if we can, because
beautiful pitch and catch right there, and then just what he did with the rest of it is all up on Andrew Henry. Watch this. Just an underneath little pass right here. I like the fact that you are getting your athletes out in space as we can get back to, I think this is the play right here. Yeah, here it is, number 2. Watch Henry.
Melifonwu, right?
Yep, right here. Here we go. Gets to the outside. I thought he stepped out right there.
That's what I thought, too.
And tight-roped it all the way down and then walked it in.
That is close, I'll tell you. Because that's why I eased up on the play. I thought, okay, well, that's a nice pickup of another first down. That's very – but no, that's 6 points.
Hailing out of Dallas, Texas, played at the University of Louisiana Monroe and the University of New Mexico. Got a good athlete there out of New Mexico. And his son, Andrew Henry II, loves Chuck E. Cheese. Heck, I'd go for some pizza right now.
The thing about it is I just taught myself a valuable lesson for those young players out there. Never give up on a play.
Never
give up on a play.
That's
Until
right.
you hear the whistle blow, keep going. That's a testament to that right there.
And here's the kickoff.
At the 2-yard line. See how far they can bring it out this time, and that special teams is just right there.
Guess who again? We've called his name so many times on special teams, and we have to, folks, because the special teams is just as important. Number 25, Duran Hill. Let's call him again. UTSA, right here, hometown, 6'2", Duran Hill, listed as a linebacker, but he has been making it happen on special teams. Gets a hug from Coach Glanville right there. He knows talent, and he knows effort when he sees it. He just gave that young man a nice hug.
I just feel for Ratavius Thrasher, because it's just been such an unbelievable effort just to get the ball to the 20-yard line without getting your bell rung.
Yeah.
And you saw that big collision that time. And
you almost get to a point where you're like, all right, where is Hill lining up? And let me run opposite.
Where are you so I can stay away from you? You were not a very nice man to me. But again, very competitive on both sides of the ball. Like to see that this late in the game, especially with this big a lead. So it's first down and 10. It's coming now from the 21-yard line.
Big throw,
Back
big throw.
Down, looking like he's got a man, and it's in and out. Great defense that time by the San Antonio Toros. Number 20, Rotarian Johnson.
That's Johnson coming out of Texas Tech, 5'11", 196, going right up against the would-be receiver. Man, that was a 50-50 ball right there. Both of them had shots at it. Without Josh Delgado streaking down. I like the fact Hornets still alive, still trying to take a shot down the field, maybe catch the Toros napping a little bit.
Well, that time they put Young back in the game, and I think they're testing his arm to see what they can get out of it here to try and get something on the scoreboard against this defense. It's not going to give them anything up front. So far, they have stacked the line. If you're going to try and beat them, you're going to have to either go deep that time or you're going to have to put, like you said, some type of a screen pass together. But handing the ball off inside, running on the quarterback sneak inside, it's not going to work for you. We're coming to the end of the third quarter before we shift to the Continental shift in this fourth and final quarter. He's going to roll out to his right, and he is going to get met right there and taken down for the second sack of the game.
It's Isaiah Brooks, number 17, showing his speed to the outside, coming out of Little Elm, Texas. Played at Wayland Baptist University. He's the one we had talked about that he had signed in the open tryouts for the Toros, and that time did it a beautiful open field tackle. Number 17, Isaiah Brooks, showing his speed to the outside, dropping him for a loss.
And that will be the end of the third quarter as it is. The San Antonio Toros up in front going into the fourth and final quarter, 64-0 to the Hornets. And we get ready for the Continental shift for the very first time. San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media.
I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles, concussions, or even broken bones. And you see this happening in real time. But what you might not see is what happens behind the scenes. I send all my players to complete care because I know that they will be seen immediately, they will be diagnosed properly, and they'll be treated quickly so that we can get them back on the field fast. We look forward to an amazing season. We hope you come out and catch all the action. And if you have a little too much action for yourself, go to complete care.
We are back to Harlandale Memorial Stadium. Greg Simmons along with Ken Lucas, your voice of San Antonio Toros football this season. Mark Kusenberger in the booth, along with a lot of folks here from the Texas Sports Productions, as well as our directors, Travis Butts and Dana Montez. Thank you all for all your efforts so far in this preseason opener. We appreciate all your effort. And we hope you're enjoying the broadcast, not just in Texas, not just the United States, not just in Canada, but worldwide on YouTube.
We got fans ranging from everywhere. Right here in San Antonio. Of course, San Antonio back in sports teams, coming off of, we got the San Antonio Spurs still alive.
I'll say after that game, after Wemby's half-court three-pointer.
Yep, exactly. So we got that. But, yeah, we got San Antonio folks. We got a whole bunch of locals here. You're looking down here at the stadium, you got a good turnout for the Toros here this afternoon. And I've got a good friend of mine listening from Germany on this. He's live.
Wow.
Yeah, so we got some international. We've got the Bravo family. They're listening in as well. And so we got everything ranging out there. And what's beautiful about this is football in May, folks. Yes, you're not dreaming. We're actually doing this. And this is the Continental Football League, and we're in the Continental shift.
All right, watch this go here. 20-second play clock. Remember, 3-minute warning, motion for both teams. So remember, it's third down as we made this change from the third to the fourth quarter, so they don't have a choice. They have to punt the ball. Here comes the pressure. He's able to get it off. Another booming punt. Goodness noise. Right at the 30-yard line, and he's going to just take it out of bounds in the process.
Okay. Well, take it out of bounds. Save yourself a little bit. Number 19, Alfonso Graham. He already has a touchdown pass on the day. This time he's going to get the San Antonio Toros offense back out on field. Folks, don't forget, this Continental shift makes it exciting, and it's exciting for us, too. It's the first time we've broadcasted it, so we're going to do our best to keep up with getting rid of old habits, at least for one quarter. That's in the fourth quarter.
Well,
here.
And the one thing that does do, making up 64 points is going to be a little bit impossible, but at the same time, in a game where it could be as much as a 21-point lead, what this does is it gives the team that's down a chance to really get back in the game quickly. That's what makes it more exciting.
Yeah, it does.
And plus, when these players are able to understand the rules of both, it gives them the opportunity to try out for teams not just in the NFL, but also in the Canadian Football League.
Indo Football League, CFL, UFL. I mean, it gives them all the wide open options because they're able to execute at this level.
All right, here we go. Possession goes to the Toros. Quick pass out. And can he get past there? Not quite. That was Nate Hayden was able to get the ball out. And he's able to find on that process big number 80.
Number 80. I don't have an 80 on my magic list here. We'll figure that out.
Not unusual.
That's
and a chance where they're trying to try out all these players at the last second. But nonetheless.
Great catch by number 80, though, and got upfield, got north-south real quick, used his big body.
And picked up the first down.
Look in that backfield, though. You see for the Toros, Nate Hayden, he's got number 24 to the left of him. That's Devontae Price in the backfield. We've already called his name several times today.
A little on the snap, but they give to the running back again. And we've recognized his name several times today.
Mm-hmm. That's Graham right there on the outside taking that pass. I like the fact that, watch this right here. Good execution, pass that, just hand it down to Graham, follow some lead blockers, and then get to the outside. That's where I think he's most dangerous, outside the numbers. He's a little bit smaller in stature, but that's a good thing, Greg. You get lost in that defense. Defense can't see over some of the big guys. You lose those running backs like that. I tell you, he has got the frame and the build and the speed to be successful at this level.
They haven't got the play clock quite where they want it right now because they went back to 40 on that one. So we'll see if they can make that shift here quickly. But there's a good reception. And look, Devontae Price weaving his way down. Can he have enough steam? And he gets into the end zone for the first ever touchdown under the Continental shift in 2026.
There it is, out of FIU. We had talked about him earlier. All kinds of awards, first team all ASC, college totals. This time, add another one in his touchdown column. Great job by the Toros punching it in. It's 70-0.
Yeah, this has been an overwhelming performance by the San Antonio Toros, who obviously have been doing their homework. And you have to give, I think, quarterback Will Arndt a lot of credit for getting some of his teammates together before the officials' training camp began to work on their timing, because it has proven invaluable here today. And now Almendarez is going to try and get the extra point put in. He's been mostly successful with that today. He has missed two, but he's more than made of it with his more consistency here later in the second, third, and now the fourth quarter. We'll take a break. 71-0. Toros leading the Hornets. We're back with San Antonio Toro football.
Less than 11 minutes left. Our score, Toros 71, Tennessee 0.
I'm Stan Bedwell, head coach of the San Antonio Toros. As you can imagine, things get a little rough on the field. Twisted ankles, concussions, or even broken bones. And you see this happening in real time. But what you might not see is what happens behind the scenes. I send all my players to complete care because I know that they will be seen immediately, they will be diagnosed properly, and they'll be treated quickly so that we can get them back on the field fast. We look forward to an amazing season. We hope you come out and catch all the action. And if you have a little too much action for yourself, go to complete care.
It's so easy to love Pick and Pull. Why? How about the largest inventory in South Texas? How about the ease of finding your part with our interchange and real-time inventory search at pickandpullsa.com? How about an organized yard and maps to find your parts, plus a shuttle? At Pick and Pull, we make it easy to save money on the quality used auto parts you need at a price you can afford.
More to pick, less pull for your budget. Now that's Pick and Pull.
And we are back. Nate Hayden as a backup quarterback, 3 of 3 for 96 yards and 2 touchdowns. As a backup quarterback, I'd be very happy.
Not too bad. Not too shabby.
I'd be very happy
to step in and do that. He's been doing stats. He's been balling out left and right. Coming out of Southeastern University in Florida, he had 5,162 passing yards, 39 touchdowns. In his college career, semi-pro totals, he's got 25 touchdowns and 2,200 in the air. So he knows how to make things happen in the air. And, boy, I tell you, he's been successful. And stepping right up behind number 8, Will Arndt, that's not a bad option with Nate Hayden at 6'2", 215.
So they're having a little bit of trouble because these high school play clocks will only reset to 25, so they kind of have to get a real running start to get it down to 20. They reset it that time to give the teams a little bit of a chance. Now you see 3-minute motion that time. Quick pass out by Young. See if this can help him at all, but not with that defense that the Toros are possessing.
Yeah, Isaiah Green, we called his name earlier. He's the one that Coach Glanville said should be making a lot of money playing this sport. He's coming up making some great stops for the Toros out there in open space. Hails from Newark, New Jersey. Started his career off at Dodge City Community College, Monroe Community College. Went on to Central Connecticut State, and then Campbell University is where he finished up.
And he's having to do that from his cornerback position, which makes so much speed he has and able to get down to the ball. Now, some of the players are being carted off. One of them right now for the Hornets is going into the locker room along with 3 others right now. So they're down basically to 27 players right now. 2-minute motion this time. As before the snap, rolling out is Young looking downfield. He does have a man open, and is picked off. Did he get both feet in?
And he got the completion.
And they say it's a completion.
Got the
He
completion
did get the
number
completion.
5. I think that's Josh Delgado, number 5,
he's
with
their
the
punter.
open pass.
Yep.
And then I think we've got a flag down, or did he pick it up?
He's putting it back in his pocket, so I guess he's waving off the penalty.
I saw the hit on the quarterback, and I think that's where they would have thrown it, which would have been back here, way back here past the flag.
So he picks it up because he said it was hands above the neck into the face on the quarterback. So I guess they picked it up because the pass was successful, and he did make the catch.
Okay. This is the first time the Hornets are across midfield in the game. 7 minutes and ticking here in the fourth quarter for the Hornets.
Well, remember, this is by design because the ball is at the 18-yard line. It is a first down, and this is exactly what the Continental shift is meant to do, is give the team that's down a fighting chance to get back into the game. 71 points might be a bit optimistic, but nonetheless, it may get them on the board and erase the goose egg in the process.
But, at this point, I think success is just success. Whatever that's going to look like for the Hornets, it might be a touchdown. It might just be the fact they've had a successful offensive drive. They've got to end with something positive.
He's got a man in the end zone, but he overthrows him in the process. That time they had 3 men in motion, 2 going towards the end zone, 1 coming to the side. So I think the one thing I've been impressed with by the Hornets, they seem to get this Canadian football rule shift pretty quick here.
They did, and that's a big shift. I mean, it's a mentality shift, it's a playing shift, and you got to do it in real time here. So, not only are you having to go quick with the fact of your play calls, but, the fact that, hey, this is set up for you to take advantage of the fact you can score quick, but at the end of the day, you still got to score.
Yep, second down at the 13-yard line now. They're going to leave Young in the game because I think right now he gives them their best opportunity to get in the end zone with his arm. Single back in the backfield, slot left, slot right as well. Both in motion now. Young's going to put it over the middle. No. And his receiver stopped on the route that time.
Yeah.
And I think that, again, part of the problem is trying to get this together fast. He wanted the receiver, and he's talking to him right now. He wanted him to continue through the play. Instead, he stopped.
Yep.
He's lucky the ball was not intercepted.
Absolutely. And usually when you see a ball thrown into big-time space like that, that's a pure miscommunication between the QB and the wide receiver. Now, again, that will get better over time and experience and reps. But that one right there, keep your eye on that one. That was a good play call right there for the Hornets.
See if the Toros defense is step up because we're third down, but now a timeout is being called Timeout is charged to the Hornets here.
Okay.
And by the way, that's their first of the second half, so we'll keep it right here because they are in scoring position with 5:05 to play in the game. But again, that was just a great example of what this Continental shift can do. I mean, it gives this team a chance to get back into the game. They run a great play like that with Young going downfield. The reception was made perfectly. I thought he was out of bounds before, but he was inbound, so they do a great job there and sets them up here perhaps for their first score of the game and the first score of their season as well.
Yeah. And for them, again, that's where we're getting back to is, do things that are going to get you positives. I know being down 71-0 and with a ticking clock and 5 minutes left, etc. Yeah, you can get demoralized real quick like that. But, it's going to be really what these coaches are going to look for is how are these players going to react? Because this isn't unique. I mean, this isn't just, a crazy score. I mean, this can really happen. I mean, we've seen it in the pros. We've seen it in college. We've seen it in semi-pros. These is where the players are going to have to respond and not only show the coaches they can be resilient, but that they come back with a winning attitude instead of just hanging their hats and moping around like Eeyore.
So that goes down as a 43-yard pass to set them up for a possible score here. Thank you, Mark, for that. And as we get ready to come out of the huddle, it's at the 13-yard line. But remember, again, in this quarter, it is third down, so it's do or die time.
Right here. And interesting enough, right before that big pass right there with that 43-yard pass, they had 1 yard of total offense before that big pass down the field. So that's a big chunk of yardage you're going to get back there in the stat column off of one play.
So he's got two slots to the left side. See who goes in motion here. A single wide receiver on the right. Nobody went in motion, but it's going to be a timing play in the corner of the end zone.
I think he got it.
And did he get the interception?
He got the interception. That's
sure
number
did.
21, Lumagla Hearns. DB 5'10", 170 out of Nevada. I tell you, he climbed the ladder on that one. Watch number 21 coming out of Pittsburgh, California. Played ball at Cal Berkeley. Look at that. Defended off the wide receiver. Kept that inside arm wide open. 21 with the pick.
I actually thought it was a good play call because the wide receiver had height on him, but Lamaji was able to get up there and use his leaping ability, and he wanted me to make sure it's Hearns the third.
Okay.
Very
Hearns
proud of his family
the third,
heritage.
and that's fine. 3-year starter.
Very proud
he
of
earns that, that's for sure. He was also the All Pac-12 honorable mention, Pac-12 Freshman of the Year honorable mention, and Pac-12 Freshman of the Week. So he's got some accolades, 26 tackles in his college career, 6 for loss, 4 sacks. That's a heck of a guy in the backfield right there for the Toros.
Yeah, and that's the first Hornet turnover of the game coming here late in the fourth quarter. Quick pass out to the side. Falls incomplete.
Well, DB jumped on that route. I don't know if he'd totally anticipated that one out there on the top side. But when you're by yourself out there, well, look at this. Just get your arm right there in that passing route. Trying to find J.T. Clark out there. J.T. Clark from UTSA, finding him out in space.
Going to keep Obi Melifonwu in the game to test his arm and his strength at quarterback as well. They've already been through 2. Now he's going to put it up. He's got a nice arm there. And it made the reception. He beat the defender in the process and gets it down just outside the 30-yard line. J.T. Clark, and that is named very familiar to San Antonio.
Absolutely right out of right here. UTSA, college, 113 catches, 1,573 yards. J.T. Clark knows how to climb the ladder and get a big ball, jump ball right up in the air. Watch this. Beautiful pass, end over end, perfect spiral. Beat the defender, climbed the ladder, got up there, and then did some extra work at the tail end. He was one of the highly regarded as a day one NFL draft pick. He got set back by an injury, but, hey, he likes the fact he can get out here and ball.
Here goes the handoff, a nice little stutter step. Tries to turn the corner.
Ball carrier number 19.
That was number 19. That was our friend Alfonso Graham, who's done such a great job, not just running with the football today, but also leaking out as an intended receiver out of the backfield and doing such a fantastic job on that. But now we have a timeout being called, and now it is a 3-minute warning. Remember, that is the difference between these two leagues here. Instead of a 2-minute warning, 3-minute warning. We'll take the break with them. San Antonio Toros football. They lead 71-0 over the Tennessee Hornets. United Football Media.
All fans will be welcome
I was.
For pictures and autographs.
How's it going, guys? I'm Ace, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about WeFunder. So let's answer that first question. What is WeFunder? WeFunder is an investment crowdsourcing platform that allows everyday people to invest in private companies they believe in. Instead of only major investors getting early access, WeFunder gives fans and supporters the chance to get involved too. That means through WeFunder, you're not just cheering us on from the sidelines, but you can become a part of our story. So in simple terms, you're investing to back us now. And once we hit our goals, your safe will turn into stocks, which will then grow in value as the Toros grow in value. These stocks you can hold on to as an owner of the Toros, or you can sell for a profit on WeFunder. This is just a part of the funding that helps us grow the right way. We've already raised more on WeFunder than any other American football team ever has in the company's history. That tells us one thing very clearly. People believe in what we're building in San Antonio. So what do you think? Are you ready to join the Stampede?
And welcome back to Harlandale Memorial Stadium. We join it up at second down and 2 yards to go for the Toros. Clock is running inside of 3 minutes now in the fourth and final quarter. Canadian-style football in this fourth quarter. Nice little handoff to Graham again. Bounces to the outside. And is he able to get it past that point? He gets hogtied and thrown down like a steer wrestler at the 15-yard line.
Well, I tell you, just good effort on the outside there. He's already got a touchdown pass on the day, but watch number 19. Keeps his legs churning, bounces it to the outside, and then just fights and fights and fights and tries to stay alive. I like the fact instinctually he put that other arm up there knowing he was getting wrapped up. Good coaching, good excellent, and more importantly, good result with a first down.
Keeping Obi in the game now. Going to let him take this team to the final gun before this is over. Now, after picking up the first down, they have the ball just inside the 15.
Look at this throw.
Passes up. Oh, in and out of the arms of the intended receiver.
Trying to find whoever number 80 is. That's the second time they've targeted him. That last time he had a big catch and play right after, but they're looking for him on the outside again, taking advantage of an underneath short route and then put him at mid on a out route on the outside. Easy pitch and catch by the quarterback to an open receiver, but man, you got to catch those.
And they're doing this on purpose because this is the tryouts. This is the trials before cut day. You're going to have to cut down at least 10 players on the Toros lineup in order to get within the Continental Football League rules.
And again, they're still trying to make a team, so wherever that they can make the team, I'm sure any of them will take it.
Here we go, back to pass again. Timing pattern in the end zone, a little bit too hard by Obi.
Trying to find J.T. Clark in the back of the end zone. Watch this little floater ball right here. 3 was in the inside slot, and all he does is just go right to the corner. It's an easy corner route right here. Looks like he pulled up a little bit. I don't know if he was hurting or not. I don't know, bouncing around. Looks like he kind of pulled up a little bit off of that pass, but yeah, just trying to find number 3, the big body, J.T. Clark out of UTSA, 6'3", 220. I'd find him in the back corner all day long, too.
They're going to go with Amenderis now on third down to go for the field goal. This will be his second field goal attempt of the day.
Yep, you can slow this thing down. Now they just started that play clock.
At the 22-yard line, so it'll be a 32-yard kick. Snap was a little low, so it's kind of a line drive kick. Let's see if he's able to pick it up and get it through. And it was no good. It was wide to the left. So the Hornets will get one final possession if they don't let the clock run completely out. They hold it at 23 in the fourth quarter. So the Hornets could get one more shot to see what they can do.
Well, I mean, a great recap for today, hands down, is the Toros offense on fire. Great athletes all over the place. You got 2 quarterbacks that know this system, that have bought into the Coach Bedwell offensive scheme, and you got Will Arndt and Nate Hayden who have stepped up here today for the Toros offense. And I tell you, they have really not only played well as a individual, but now you're starting to see them gel even better as a team. Well coached, good prepared, coming in right here. I'll flip it over to the defensive side. I know we were kind of joking in the break there of, well, look at this defense. They just posted another 0 shutout right here. Hats off to the defensive coordinator, Coach Glanville, and you got to start asking, I mean, is it a little too easy for them? As far as defense, when you can hang 71 points and your defense posts 0, that's a great start to a season.
Well, it'll be a great finish here until 23 seconds left to play. The Hornets will take over. They'll take it at their own 35-yard line here after the field goal attempt was no good. Credit the fact that he was trying to pick up on a low snap that the holder had to gather and trying to put down before he made the kick. So put that more on the snap. Here's Young rolling out, looking downfield, is going to feel some pressure, and he just throws it away.
Oof.
Shuttle pass before he got careened by 2 and maybe even possibly 3 San Antonio Toros, and he's going to have to be helped up. In fact,
the head coach got out there.
Bedwell has gone right out there to help him out, just like the other coach did for his injured player. I thought that was a pretty classy move.
He knew he took a big hit. Watch this, folks. He's rolling out, just trying to make something happen. You know you're going to get whaled, and boom, right there on that backside. Number 44, laying the wood. We've called his name a couple times here. Talib Salahuddin. That defense on 6'5", 245 out of Arizona. He is just laying the wood out there, and that's going to do it here for the Toros.
San Antonio Toros will win their first ever preseason game in their rebirth in the Continental Football League today against the Tennessee Hornets. The final score, 71-0 Toros. We'll be back with our postgame show here on San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media. The best high school football coverage can only be found on Texas Sports Productions, on the app, streaming, and on TV. Your favorite high school sports only on Texas Sports Productions, each and every week for free.
San Antonio, it's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
Got land or thinking of buying some? With Southwest Homes, building your dream home has never been easier. Introducing Build Now Financing. No construction loan, no payments during construction, no interest while we build. That's less stress and more time to focus on your future. Personalize your home, your way, on your land. Southwest Homes. We make it easy to build on your land. Visit yourswh.com today.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
And we are back as the congratulatory moment happens to the San Antonio Toros and their team ownership and their fans here at Harlandale Memorial Stadium after a spectacular preseason opener here in San Antonio. 71-0 is the final score. You break down the scoring, 20-0 in the first quarter, 23-0 outscoring the Hornets. Second quarter, 21-0 outscoring, and then again in the fourth quarter, 7-0. So it all adds up to a final of 71-0. As we close out our post-game show, but not before we introduce you to our player of the game. And if you don't mind, Ken, take it away, because what a fantastic performance he had today.
Big guy right there, number 15, Lance Landry, 6'2", 218, big body wide receiver, 4 touchdowns in the opening game for the San Antonio Toros. And that young man right there, if he didn't just prove the fact he can get open, he knows this offense, and I think he's going to be real dynamic in the next several games for the Toros. Watch out for him to be amazing. And so congratulations to him for not only being a great athlete and a team player, but, wow, he balled out today, did he not, with 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, and a quick second place, if you will. If you had that, it would be Will Arndt, the quarterback, extremely poised, was able to do just about anything he wanted to do. And more importantly, and Josh was able to point this out to us earlier, one of the owners is he had all the time in the world. His offensive line protected him. He had time to go through his progression, and I will give him credit. His progression was quick. It wasn't like it was a 5-second progression. It was like a 3-second progression, and I thought he did a fantastic job as well. But having a guy you can throw to like that, who can quick on the slant, quick on the run, and then you have special teams play from guys like Harris, it was just fantastic. So all in all, just a good, the coaches will be the first one to tell you when you win a game, you want to win in all three phases of the game.
Correct.
And that's exactly what the Toros did today, offense, defense, and special teams.
Absolutely.
And they were able to pull that off today. And I know we have a ton of highlights to show you here in a minute. And
you're seeing a lot of it right now.
And if you don't mind, just take it from there and let's just see what we got. I mean, look at all these opportunities that they've been able to score. And remember, Art went with many different receivers. It was just one receiver. They was able to find many today.
Yeah, I mean, and he was able to spread the ball around. I mean, we got touchdown passes. Obviously, Lehendre with his. You got touchdown passes to Bram. You got touchdown pass to Henry. You got touchdown pass to Price. Carpenter in the special teams had the punt return touchdown. There's another touchdown that you just watched, one of the 4 for Lehendre in the afternoon. And then you got Almendarez who got the field goal. So I think there is nothing negative for the San Antonio Toros coming out of this first game. I really don't see a whole lot of negativity in anything the coaches got to adjust. If anything, it's going to be, hey, let's ball out again the next time, just like we did today and this afternoon, and we're going to be just fine.
You look at their schedule here, and after this preseason game, they won't be back here in San Antonio for the third game of the regular season. They'll play on the road on May the 30th, Saturday at Texas Syndicate. That's a good place to play up there in Pflugerville. June the 7th, that's a Sunday. They'll be at the Fort Worth Braves. That's also a night game at 7 p.m. And then they'll return to San Antonio for a game on June the 13th versus the Tall City Black Gold. Now, that's a team that's out of Midland here in the Southern Division, and that's also a 7 o'clock start. So that'll be your next opportunity if you don't travel to Pflugerville and you don't travel to Fort Worth and you want to see them in action in this city. You'll see them on that particular day in week 3 of June the 13th. And that would be on a Saturday at 7 p.m. So you have a chance to get now. You can go online, be a part owner of the team. You can go online, buy tickets. Tickets are very reasonably priced, and they would love to have you as a fan out here on their next home game. We'll be back to take a look at the final stats and to wrap it up here in our post-game show. Once again, the San Antonio Toros shutting out the Tennessee Hornets 71-0 in their preseason opener of the 2026 season in the Continental Football League.
Your commercial roof doesn't need replacing, it needs Parker Spray. We restore roofs with seamless poly coating designed to seal, protect, and last. Backed by over 20 years of hands-on experience, we deliver precision, durability, and dependable results every time. Serving San Antonio and surrounding communities? Call Parker Spray today at 210-639-3418. In today's world, security isn't optional. It's precision, it's preparation, it's protection. Primus Consulting Group delivers world-class security solutions across Texas and around the globe. From private protection and large-scale event security to investigations, canine operations, and elite training, their team of former law enforcement and special operation professionals protect what matters most. Because when safety is on the line, experience makes the difference. Primus Consulting Group, proud sponsor of your San Antonio Toros.
The San Antonio Toros and South Texas Spine and Surgical Hospital and Outpatient Center are teaming up for San Antonio. We're proud to support our community with expert, exceptional care in spine, orthopedics, pain management, and cardiac services. And this June, we're growing even stronger with a new service line and added support through our new physician practice, South Texas Surgical and Specialty Group. It's all part of our commitment to deliver championship-level care right here at home.
At Texas Sports Productions, we feel every family should be able to watch their kids play free of charge. That's why we stream high school football, volleyball, basketball, baseball, softball, and soccer all across Texas, so no family member or friend ever has to miss a game.
Keeping high school sports free requires a team. When you sponsor TSP, you're not just supporting student athletes.
You're putting your brand in front of hundreds of thousands of passionate local fans.
It's high-impact advertising with a powerful purpose.
The best high school football coverage can only be found on Texas Sports Productions, on the app, streaming, and on TV. Your favorite high school sports only on Texas Sports Productions, each and every week for free.
San Antonio, it's time to light up the night with Bangers Fireworks. From backyard fun to sky-filling finales, Bangers has the biggest selection at the best prices. We're proud partners of the San Antonio Toros. Visit us at any of these 4 locations. Bangers Fireworks. Best fireworks at the best prices.
There is a look. Here's San Antonio Toros, the final tote on the scoreboard. 71-0 in their preseason opener against the Tennessee Hornets. Thanks to the Hornets for making the trip down here to San Antonio to open this preseason and give us a glimpse of what we'll be able to see in this coming season. Remember, it's a 6-game regular season, and then in addition, there'd be a Southern or a Division Championship playoff, and then there'd be a championship game. The Toros obviously have every intention of playing the full 8-game schedule, so they're looking forward to that. And Ken, if you don't mind, close us out with a few stats.
Well, based on these stats, I can see exactly why they've got their vision going long and all the way to the CoFL championship. But, for the Toros, as we expected, when you hang 71 points, you're going to have kind of ESPN numbers. 599 total offensive yards for the Toros. Arndt himself throwing 21 of 26. Impressive number right there for 241 yards, 6 touchdowns. And then, of course, LeGrand, we had already talked about him, 4 catches, 98 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And you're seeing a little bit of this little sting that the Toros brought to the Hornets right here. And really the connection between Arndt and LeGrand, that's going to be something that every single defensive coordinator really perked their ears up watching this game with that combo right there.
All right, here's something you should know going forward here. The motto for the San Antonio Toros is play fast, play physical, play Toros. And the exclamation point is Vamos Toros.
Vamos Toros.
Roll the R if you can. We appreciate it.
They certainly did.
And they were all go. They were all gas, no brakes today. No question about it. Ken, great first game. Thanks for working with me on this. Look forward to our next game together. Thanks to Mark running the stats for us here tonight. And thanks to our crew this evening here at Texas Sports Productions and being able to witness this broadcast on YouTube right here. It includes, of course, Travis Butts, our director, Ivana Montez also directing, James Oakes, cameras, Jalen Wash, Jonathan Miranda, Juan Luna on the roamer, and our president and co-founder of Texas Sports Productions, Jay Riley, our executive producer today. And for Ken Lucas, this is Greg Simmons reporting from Harlandale Memorial Stadium. Our final score once again, the San Antonio Toros 71, the Tennessee Hornets nothing. This is San Antonio Toros football on United Football Media. See you next time.
aspect of it. But football is football, no excuses, you know. In between the lines, you got to line up, you know, beat the man in front of you. So, you know, I'll coach the coach on the other sideline. So, no excuses at all. We just got to get better.
Coach, one of the positives from today was your punter, Daniel. I mean, he had a heck of a day. Obviously, was out there more than he probably would have liked.
Yeah.
But across the board, pretty smooth operations, and I think he probably averaged over 40 yards per punt. Just talk about what he brought to the team.
Yeah, flipping the field was big for us, even though we couldn't hold them on that side of the field much. But yeah, that's definitely, I appreciate you highlighting that. It was a great highlight for us, rather. Just seeing them flip the field a couple of times for us, pinning them back, you know, trying to give us a little hope to fight on defense, you know. So we're going to definitely build off of that, sew that up on special teams, 3 phases of the game, guys. So that phase was probably the best of the 3. But got work to do all around still.
And then follow up on that, your quarterback room, you kind of rotated throughout the game between them.
Mm-hmm.
Was that game plan heading into this game, or kind of
Yes,
how it played
yes.
out?
Well, actually, 18, he's our starting quarterback. But with this being our last preseason game, I didn't want to risk him getting hurt coming into the season for real. I wanted to see what my other quarterbacks really had. But as you can see, like when he's in the game, we move the ball a little better. Offense run a little smoother. So that just let me know I got to get my second and third quarterbacks on the field to get them more reps for real, just in case we have that situation we don't have quarterback 1. They need to be as efficient as he is. So, yeah, that was the plan, like just trying to see what we had behind him, for sure.
Coach, obviously, you know, tough loss. James highlighted special teams unit. You know, lots of resiliency to close out the game. Anyone else you'd like to highlight on your squad?
Quite a few people. Number 7, Davion, it plays the X and the Z for us. He's very impactful. Number 5, our tailback, Billy Conway Jr., he's just a leader anyway. We had a couple of people. My quarterback 1, he did what I wanted him to do, for real. We got to sew up that front line for sure for him, protect him a little better, well, a lot better. But he showed me what I need to see as well, just taking control of the offense, getting in and out of the huddle. That's what we wanted to see for real. Not too many penalties, which were great. And really, my D-line, they weren't great, but they were solid. My linebackers just need to fill the gaps, but my D-line played pretty well today, too. Mm-hmm. Any other questions, fellas?
Coach, at the beginning of the game, there was a moment of silence for your late wife. I just wanted to ask, you know, did you feel the strength during the game? Was it hard for you, or how did that affect you? And what was that moment like?
It was moving. I thank you guys. My family thanks you guys. So this past March, so it's been fresh. Hearing that dedication moved me. I thank you guys. She's with me every day. Her passing has also been like my blessing. At the same time, I lost my wife. I received this head coaching job for the Tennessee Hornets. She knew this was my love, football, and I got this opportunity. So I'm running with it with her. I appreciate everything she's been to me and still to me and my family. So I thank you guys for it greatly. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Coach. And then,
if I can just, whoever asked the first question, if I could just get you to repeat that really quickly. Was that the first question?
Okay,
we
yeah.
started? Sure.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, let me get this first question.
Okay.
All right. So, Coach, obviously it wasn't the result you wanted,
Mhm.
you know, but what do you take away from the game moving forward?
Again, I want to take away my team's resilience, their fight, their will not to quit. It was a lot for me to see my boys fighting the way they did. It meant a lot to me. So I know that we can only get better from here, and I know that we'll be in every game, win or lose, just because of the fight they have. So, yeah, that's what I got mostly out of it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
All right. You have a great day.
Yes, condolences.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Oh, you said go back.
Appreciate you, Coach. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
You know it. You have a great season now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, can I have those glasses over there?
Nah, I'm keeping those.
Oh, they on the floor?
Nah. How about we trade?
Have a great season.
They already pulled all the water down.
Oh, it's okay. We're bringing both of them up with me?
Yeah, and then.
Hey, come on, guys.
All right, coming up, we have head coach Stan Bedwell of the San Antonio Toros, as well as Lance Lejean, wide receiver. How many touchdowns do you have today? 4 touchdowns. And then we have starting quarterback Will Arndt, who will also be here. We're going to start with a few words from Coach Bedwell, and then we'll move on to questions to him and the two players.
Yeah, just proud of the effort that our guys had. You know, it's pretty tough coming out and only having about 4 or 5 days to put together a professional football team. I mean, we knew the talent was there. We have a great coaching staff, but you know, to get all the fine details down and to mesh guys with timing and get your systems in, all the adjustments. And I think these guys have been very resilient with everything that came their way, and the product showed on the field today. So, what we talk about is it's not about who's on the other side. What we're trying to do is get these guys to the highest levels possible. So I tell them don't play to the competition of the team in the other jersey. What we're doing is playing at the level that we aspire to reach. And I think they did that today. The results showed on the field, and couldn't be more proud of the guys.
Coach, a lopsided win, obviously. But, what do you take away from this? Thank you. What do you take away from a game that you guys just totally dominated on both ends of the field?
You can't worry about the other team. You can't worry about the scoreboard. You can't worry about the other team. Our motto as a team is play the next play. So, whether it's in life or in football, you're facing adversity. You can't go back in time. All you can do is go out the next time and try to be better. And so, for us, it's really, I could answer the same question every time I'm asked all year. It's going to just be about these guys executing what they do, us worrying about what we do, and the result on the scoreboard will take care of itself. So that's not even something we worry about, whether it was 21-14 or 71-0. We just want to go out, play as hard as we can, the 11 guys we have on the field, and try to execute.
With a short turnaround from the preseason to the regular season, with like a week preparation, how do you get your team ready for when the games really count?
Just keep doing the same thing we're doing now. Everything we're doing, it's all about repetition. So for us, it's like if I'm shooting free throws or throwing darts, the only way I'm going to get good at it is to do it over and over again. So I think these guys have been a bit upset with me during this whole week because every ball that they're catching, they're finishing, they have to go and score every single time. The only way I get good at throwing those darts or shooting those free throws is to do it over and over again. It's just like Kobe Bryant. And so you can catch the ball all you want and get good at catching, but to get good at scoring, you need to do that, and you need to have that mentality. And I think that showed when you saw so many yards after catch. I mean, I think we had one ball that went further than maybe one completion in the second half that was further than 5 yards downfield, and we had 2 or 3 really long plays, and I think it just attributes to that finishing every single play.
One more question, Lance.
Yeah.
You had 4 touchdowns, right? Is that the most in your career?
It is.
It is? And did it ever lose its luster after every catch? I mean, how did it make you feel? Because you set new Toros history with the first touchdown ever. How did that feel for you?
It was a good opportunity, to showcase what we could do on the field. Like Coach said, we've been practicing, how we want to perform. And the 2 days helped. The continuous trying to detail work at a high level. And I just came out here and do what we've been doing. Nothing special.
Thank
you. James Larson, Pro Football Newsroom. Will, I wanted to ask you about your journey. You're here, you're still balling. I know you've been, doing some acting and some other things on the side. Just what's it been like through your journey so far?
He knows to wait.
You know, it's a good question, James. Football has always been first in the center of my life. So whether that is coaching or football or helping kids in my community or continuing to stay ready in training when those opportunities weren't in front of me to play, I always kept the main thing. And, you know, I'm really blessed to be able to play for this organization and be able to get out in the football field today. And, you know, little things like, throwing touchdowns and stuff is fun, but it's cool to get with a guy like Lance and throw him 4 touchdowns and showcase what he can do. Or for me, getting knocked on my butt the first time today, like those are the little things that I missed about playing football, and it was a lot of fun today. But I know there's gonna be a lot to clean up when we watch the film, and we're gonna need to be on these details and stuff because they're gonna be close games this year. But football's always been first in my life.
Coach, can you talk a little bit about the defense today? Pitched a shutout in your first game, like you said, threw it together pretty quickly. Not a lot of practice, but what'd you see out of them?
Oh man, I see them every day in practice. So there was nothing out there that really surprised me, and I'm just getting a chance right now to look at the stats. And I mean, it speaks for itself what they did out there. But you know, we always say, and I think it's pretty cliche that every team says, oh, the best offense you're going to face is in practice, or the best defense you're going to face is in practice. And in my mind, and I'm 100% confident in saying all year long, the best defense we're going to face is out there. The best defensive coaching staff we're going to face is out there. And the best offense they're going to see is right here. And so, you know, yeah, I see how they work. I see how the defensive staff works, you know, in the meeting room, the time they put in with the guys. And no surprise, Jerry Glenville's been doing this longer than we've all been alive. So you know, for me, it's a really cool experience getting to work with a guy that, you know, you grow up watching on TV, and I'm not going to say idolizing, but I thought he was pretty dang cool, wearing the all black with the sunglasses and the cowboy hats. And it's just a great experience working with him and the staff. So no surprise with what the defense did. None at all.
Still kicking it.
Still kicking it.
All right, Will, another question for you. James Baker, Pro Football Newsroom. Looking over these stats, like Coach was saying, more touchdowns and incompletions. Just how does it feel coming into the city, quarterback one, getting your first chance to play out here and putting up a performance like that?
Yeah, I guess that is kind of a cool stat. I'll attribute that to more Coach Bedwell's system. But it's been new. I've been around a lot of football, and but this is my first time, you know, running the air raid, and just trying to be a student, even, you know, in my veteran years. So it was cool to just kind of get out there, operate, see things. And I already know, like, you know, the scoreboard is a little bit misleading, but there were throws and reads that were missed that I know I'll look back on film and be like, yep, should have went there, should have put the ball here a little bit better, or drove the ball a bit more, or took this opportunity. But yeah, I mean, this is this offense, and I think everyone got touches today, and I think we've only been together for about a week now, but I think the camaraderie starting to come around, the chemistry, everyone's getting their touches, and we're going to be balanced, and that's the beautiful thing about this system, is, you know, everyone's going to get their opportunity, and ultimately it's my job to just kind of distribute and be a point guard.
Jeff Garcia, Toros Special Team Writer. Yeah,
I just found out you were Jeff Garcia right now.
I know, right? Coach and I, we go way back. So, yeah. That's where he's like, okay, I guess I'll introduce myself. Fine to meet you. You know, one thing I liked about what happened is after the game, you come up to the media room and you say, you know what, I have to go back to the fans. How important is that for you to connect with the fans, and what did you think about today's fan turnout? I talked to Lance, I talked to Will about it, and they were just floored by the attendance today.
You know, I think fans are obviously the lifeblood of any professional program, and you know, when you look at the game, the location being changed at short notice and it being on a holiday, I thought it was a great crowd out there. I told these guys that if this was a UFL broadcast, they would have said it was 9,826 fans in attendance. No, it's you know, I'm learning the history of San Antonio and the football teams, and you know you've had for years. You know, you get a team in, you fall in love with them, and then they leave. And for us, we're having to gain that trust back. And so, yeah, every opportunity that we can for these guys to get down there and engage with fans, or for myself, is something that we want to do. And so for me, that's the most important thing. If they come here, they have fun. You know, they're going to come back. If they're treated with respect, like there's somebody that we actually care about, and we do, then they'll be back. And you know, it takes a village.
Dustin with the San Antonio snap count. So now that first game, preseason game, just first time that y'all have had the opportunity to go from what we call traditional football rules to the Continental shift in the fourth quarter. Just wondering, you know, y'all's thoughts, your thoughts, players' thoughts on that adjustment, making that adjustment from the third quarter to the fourth quarter, how that went, how comfortable were y'all, and just general thoughts on that Continental shift.
Well, I mean, both of these guys were already on the sideline by the fourth quarter, so I guess I'll have to speak for both of them. You know, we didn't really practice it much. You got 4 or 5 days, like we said, to get in an entire system. So for us, 3 is more than 1, and we had to focus on those first 3 quarters. And then the idea was, even if we were really bad at the Canadian League stuff, we'd be up by so much that it wouldn't affect the game. And yeah, it's things we got to learn, and that was a big part. There is strategy when you're building these rosters, and you know, having a guy like Will that's been in the CFL for a very long time, he's a guy that I'm going to lean on going forward as we are putting those things in. Or, you know, Cam Eccles-Looper's a guy that's been there. So, you know, for me, it's really, you know, I'm not going to lie and say I understand the Canadian game well. It's something that I'm learning as I go. And right now, first priority this week was just getting our offense in. So I basically told our guys, we're just going to go do what we do. You know, we didn't do any of the forward motions, anything like that. But that is something now as we go ahead, going into next week's game, is something that we do have to start working on a bit. So I've already talked with Will, and after we do film with the team tomorrow, you know, we're going to spend some time with him and start kind of putting together how we can use some of those motions into our system.
For anybody, you know, any guy, what are we feeling about going into the regular season already on the road? First one, real deal. Start with you, Will. What do you think about the first regular season game?
Yeah, I'm excited. I think there's been a lot of chatter over the offseason between our organization and Austin, and you know, I saw some bodies here today checking us out. So we're gonna be ready to go, and you know, quick training camp, some curveballs, you know, but good football takes time. It's hard, but I think we're at that point where we're starting to mesh and really kind of find our identity and building the chemistry and whatnot. So ultimately, like Coach said in the very beginning, it's just about us, and I feel dang good about that going forward. So I bumped into the, I don't know if it's head coach or owner, that team that we're playing next week, and I just said, I don't care, like, line it up. Like, I feel good about our guys. I like us, and it's always been about us.
Thoughts on the first regular season game, playing the Syndicate?
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity, you know, go out there and showcase again, you know, what we could do. Our coach right here created an alliance for us, built a great team, and this is who we're going to follow. And whatever he needs us to do at a high level, you know, that's what we're going to do. Like I said, playing Syndicate, I didn't hear the chatter like Will did. But I'm a ready guy. I'm an action guy. So I don't really keep up with all the Twitter talk. And, you know, when we go on the field, that's when, you know, you're going to see my play. For us team, I just look for us to go all the way. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Stan, what do you think about playing the Syndicate?
I'm just looking at this. There's a little white hair that's kind of sticking off here, and I'm curious what that thing's for.
We know it's not yours.
No. Listen, the color of the jersey or who it is really doesn't matter to me. I mean, people want to build up rivalries, but I mean, I think rivalries happen more naturally, and for us, it's just going out and executing what we do. So I'd be lying or just doing theatrics if I said that it was different than this game or the game in 2 weeks or whenever we play again. We just want to go out and do what we do the best we can do it.
Thank you, Coach. Any other questions?
Coach, I wanted to ask about, your offense, kind of the inspiration. You run the air raid, you work with Hal Mummy a bunch. I remember watching the spring league with him a few years back, and just talk about like his inspiration and what you do now as a coach.
Yeah, absolutely. I can remember back in the late '90s when I was a kid. So I'm from Southern Arkansas, and Arkansas used to play one SEC game a year in Little Rock because the University of Arkansas is up in northwest Arkansas, about 4.5 hours from us, and back. Now 4.5 hours seems like nothing, but back then that you'd have to like stop 2 nights on hotels to drive up 4.5 hours, it seemed like. And so when they'd come down and play in Little Rock in the center of the state, that was a big thing for everybody that wasn't up there in that area. So I remember going and watching a couple games as a kid, and one of those was Kentucky at Arkansas, and I think it was Coach Mummy and Coach Leach's first game there with Tim Couch. And they were throwing the ball all over the place, and I was just mesmerized. I was from a wing T high school. I threw 9 passes as a senior. So for me, I was just like, they threw more passes in the first quarter than I did my whole high school career. So I was pretty amazed by it, and then following, Coach Leach through his rise at, Texas Tech and then on to Washington State and, Mississippi State, everywhere he was. It's something I was always amazed by. And I like guys that do something different and they don't really care about what other people think. They're not trying to fit in, they're trying to stand out. And, for me, I very much appreciated that and admired that. So when I got the opportunity a few years down the road, because I'd learned the offense from some clinics, actually met Coach Mummy a time or two, and his son Matt spent some time with me, really taught me the offense, even more so than Coach Mummy. And then in 2014, saw him at a clinic, and I guess impressed him in conversation. He offered me a job on his staff, and since then, I had the opportunity to learn from the best, the guy that created it. And so, it's a huge part. What I'm doing is not any different system-wise. There might be a different mindset on play calling or, how we're trying to do certain things. It says we ran the ball 22 times. He wouldn't have ran the ball 22 times today. But no, I'm very thankful for him. I'm thankful for him even, it's the sports connections. Coach Glenville's with us because of my connection with Coach Mummy. I met him through Coach Mummy years ago. So, there's a lot of people there, and yeah, I'm very thankful for all of these coaches that I get to work with and learn from. And yeah, it's a blessing. I wouldn't be here without those connections.
Yeah, add one thing. Okay, I just wanted to, before we get out of here, I just take a moment to talk about the job that Coach Bedwell's done here for this team in San Antonio. I know the guy's doing stuff around the clock like you guys wouldn't imagine. He takes this as seriously as anybody. I also want to give a nod to our ownership group. You're just adjusting, pivoting, giving us everything that we've needed as players, and hopefully the people of San Antonio that come out and continue to support us are seeing this as a really good product, and that we're building this thing the right way with home roots. And then also for you guys in the room here, covering it, asking good questions, doing your homework, it's appreciated, and ultimately it starts from here and we build on it. So, whether it's Juan, you on the camera, or our owners, or Stan being a general manager and putting things in place, or you guys doing the homework and caring about the things that we're doing, it's ultimately where this thing is going to grow from. So I just want to say thank you guys.
And the last question from Joshua Mayer.
Hi, Joshua Mayer, managing partner, team president of the San Antonio Toros. Everybody's giving you softball questions, Coach, so I'm going to just put it to you like this. Sees you guys were 6 for 7 in the red zone. What are you going to do to clean that up for next game?
No comment.
All right, you guys good? Yeah. All right. One more.
Jay Riley with Texas Sports Productions. Coach, all's great and wonderful, big win, but you got some decisions to make because you have to make some cuts next week. Talk about because this is a business, guys. This is professional football, and people are going to get cut. What's going through your mind right now? I know you don't want to think about it because you love these guys, but someone's going to be out of a job next week. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, Jay, I was hoping to enjoy the win without you coming and tugging at the heartstrings here, buddy. Can I have a few minutes of fun?
Welcome to professional football. No, you've been there. You know what's going on here.
Yeah.
It's a business.
No,
you got to be down to 41 players?
Yeah. I mean, we could carry 40, and then we're going to keep 3 quarterbacks, and so we'll keep one that'll be in the hotel and practicing. And he's lucky we didn't bring 4.
Hey, you didn't have the perfect.
You get a Toros beer.
passer
I need a
rating
Toros
today.
beer now. Yeah. All right.
I think Nate was 3 for 3 though, wasn't he? First pass and touchdown.
Yeah, but no, it's hard. It is very difficult. We had guys already yesterday that we talked to about the situation. So the ones that were, our initial plan was to make the cuts before the game today, and what we wanted to do was, give those guys, instead of cutting them, we wanted to give them a chance to go out and show what they can do, and whether it's that they impressed us enough that maybe we decide that we didn't make the right decision, because it's hard evaluating guys in 4 or 5 days. I'm sure there's some decisions that we made that maybe aren't the right one, aren't the perfect one, but we can only do the best we can. But, it's, if nothing else, in pro football, I mean, it's something I told these guys. There's not anybody in our room that hasn't been cut. That's why they're here. Right? The goal is to be UFL, CFL, NFL, and we either have guys that are maybe young enough that they haven't got the opportunity yet, or it's guys that were there and now they're cut. So that's something we talk about, is whether they just came from a D3 in Belton, Texas, or they were a second-round draft pick in the NFL and won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady. We're all here now. We're all here now. We're all working for the same thing, and we're doing our best to get all of these guys moved on. So even if it's a guy that right now we don't have a spot for, still going to work as hard as we can to find them an opportunity, and that giving them a chance out there to play today, get a little film, maybe that'll help that out. So, it's ultimately we're trying to take care of people here, trying to take care of all the guys, love all the guys in the room. It's an honor getting to coach them, and when those decisions are made, they're not easy. And I think that's something that people never really understand in the coaching profession. I have a unique situation that I've been cut a couple times myself. I played for a very long time, so I know what it's like. And I mean, it's just as hard making the cuts as it is being cut. And I think that's something that no one really ever understands. So, it's not something that's easy, but it's something that's necessary. So we'll just do the best we can to take care of the guys that we have to do that with.
Congratulations on today.
Oh, now you're my buddy again.
Now you got to get to smile a little bit.
All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. That concludes our press conference. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for covering the San Antonio Toros. We appreciate you, and you are always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So I guess an 18 is 16.